Yeah, but still. Yeah, but she was very big. That's how we do it.
You're by myself. Come.
Right here. No, sister. Something.
Me and my smart sister.
It's okay, she will come. Let's make room for
Yeah,
him.
let's make room. There's still more room.
There's lots and lots of room. Come on in, please.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to News Now, which is a part of Fox10Phoenix.com. My name is Pilar Arias. Happy Friday. Sky Fox is live over the scene of a very serious crash here in the Phoenix area. I'm being told this is around 42nd, 43rd Street and Baseline. Of course, as you can imagine, traffic is impacted in the area. Sky Fox is over the scene. Our very own Rick Davis is there on the ground as well. Now, viewer discretion is advised because this is a very, very serious crash. We would like to believe that whoever was injured here was already taken to the hospital, but we can't be too sure. So again, viewer discretion is advised. I'm going to have ground pictures and Sky Fox for you here in just moments. If we get that CARE news conference from Minnesota back, we will show it to you here live on News Now. And it does not appear that anybody is still in that vehicle. At least that's our hope, but a very serious crash.
just give us some nuts and bolts. We'll start on that and I'll pan over to you.
Okay, that'll be good. So you want me to key on you then? Are you good with that if we key on him? Okay.
Yes, I'm up. Okay. Let me know. Okay.
All right, everyone, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, Rick Davis is there on the ground at the scene of this serious injury crash, and Phoenix Police's Sergeant Tommy Thompson is about to give us the details. Rick Davis not just streaming with us here on News Now, he's also about to go live on Fox 10 Phoenix. That means he's about to be on TV, so he's calling in, he's communicating with the producers because we want to get this breaking news out to you, whether you're watching us on Facebook, on YouTube, or on television. That's what we're all about here on News Now, which is a part of fox10phoenix.com. Serious injury crash, 43rd Street and Baseline in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to get the details here in just moments. I'm going to have the audio up on Rick Davis's live picture on the right-hand side of your screen, so you all do not miss a thing.
Sergeant, what's going on here?
This morning at about 8 o'clock, there was a Kenworth box truck was headed westbound on McDowell Road in the area of 43rd Avenue. It turned left to go into a business and collided with a 2002 Nissan Sentra that was driven by a woman believed to be in her 50s. As you can see from the damage, it was a significant collision, and again, left-hand turns are some of our most dangerous traffic maneuvers, driving maneuvers that we make.
Any idea how long the road will be shut down, or where are we at with that?
My best guess is that it's going to be shut down at least until noon in this location because, again, there is quite a bit of damage. They need to put the accident back together through reconstruction, one of our most technical investigations.
Okay, so right now they're just trying to get everything all pieced together, and as you can see, just a terrible collision. As you look at that box truck and that car, it's just really devastated. Yes, at this point, we believe this is a fatal accident, and
This one's not fatal.
and
The woman's still alive.
I'm sorry, the woman is still alive, but they're trying to determine what her condition is at this point. Yeah, and in this area, you know, there's a lot of traffic that comes up and down Baseline at this time of the day. Thank goodness, you know, they're out here and they're going to piece together and determine exactly what happened.
You want me to do it all over again?
Yeah.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, tell me when. Okay, Sergeant Tommy Thompson, Phoenix Police Department. This morning, shortly before 8 o'clock, there was a collision in the area of 4300 West Baseline. Our investigators are just arriving on scene, but the preliminary information we have is a Kenworth box truck was headed westbound on Baseline and turning left into a business. At that time, a vehicle was headed eastbound, a 2002 Nissan Sentra driven by a woman we believe was in her late 50s, collided with that truck. That woman was transported to a hospital in very serious, very critical condition. At this time, again, we're trying to piece together exactly what transpired. We just want people to understand that left-hand turns are some of our most dangerous traffic maneuvers that we make when we're driving. Hello, this is Sergeant Tom. Oh, it is? All right. Thank you. hospital in extremely critical condition. That's the latest update that we have on that. But we're investigating it. When we have our vehicular homicide unit comes out to a scene, these are some of our most technical investigations because they involve the laws of physics and reconstruction of the accident to see what happened.
Anything else? You're an update later.
No, I think the community needs to understand that 40th Street to 48th Street on Baseline is going to be blocked in all directions. So people are going to have to go north to get through this area.
Just go there. Actually, just showed up as you're talking.
Got it, guys?
Yep.
Find out anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, you're.
That's all right. The good thing is you're correct. It wasn't like it was left.
Yeah, and we did. So, and we're good. And ultimately,
Yeah.
ultimately, you're gonna be right.
Yeah.
Can you just give me a couple seconds here and get some video and I'm out of here?
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I heard you.
and one of the national co-directors of U.S. Youth Climate Strike. Our generation has been connected over the issue of the looming climate crisis. We, the youth, are affected by the increased prevalence of wildfires, bad air quality, drought, and natural disasters right now, and will be for the rest of our lives. Because while we... Oh, wait. Sorry. Because while we still have the chance to stop the worst effects of climate change, we must act now. In the present. Families are being displaced due to climate change. In the future, mass displacement will take place because large areas of our world won't be sustainable for life. No, not hundreds of years from now, within the next 50 years. Many disasters are arising because of climate change. Many lives are being destroyed by climate change. We are all affected by climate change. So we fight. We are fighting. Adults say that we need to be in school and that we need an education to thrive in the future. But why receive an education when our future is being torn apart?
Mr. Chairman.
We have listened to the scientists and we have found the facts. The time to act is now. We are speaking out and acting out, pushing for concrete steps. We are pounding the pavement, screaming for action, and we need help fighting. Adults, come fight with us. Youth are powerful and strong. We know right from wrong. We will not back down. We will not lay down. We have the right to speak. We have the right to act, and we will win. Our generation has never lived a normal climate. We have been left with what adults can't fix. So we will do what's necessary. Adults may have wasted decades of time, but now we have 11 years, and every second counts. Every voice counts. Every single person who acts out counts. Everyone matters in this fight. The truth can be denied, but it cannot be avoided. The frustration with inaction strengthens us. Youth and adults, we are the witnesses of the lives destroyed by climate change. We have so much to fight for. But every loss to climate change is more fuel to our fire. Our numbers will grow, and our movement will grow, and continue until action is taken. Adults may underestimate youth, underestimate our voices, our action, our power, but we have power like no other. When we use that power, we can cause tidal waves of change. Throughout history, we have acted out and used our voices, making change that adults cannot and will not make. Today is one of those turning points in history. This is the day we fight together, rise together. We are not looking for trouble. We are looking for change. Thank you.
So I found our next performer through Instagram at Rebel Ray. Through an Indiana climate strike organizer named Isabella. So now I'm happy to introduce the DC native singer, all the way from Los Angeles, Rebel Ray, who will be performing Testament to Youth and her new single, We the People. So give it up for Rebel Ray. Hello!
Oh my gosh! A moment of silence for the coolest people in the world right now. They're here. I'm Rebel Ray. I make songs for movements. This is a movement. I released this first song 2 years ago, 2016. You guys might remember the year. And it was about people just like you, the kids, the youth. And it's about not paying attention to what adults say and showing up. So keep doing that. Wait, run it back. Young ambition, it's more than just a feeling. Don't let it go to waste. Let it say you're craving when you could have a taste so fresh and brand new. Tiny and it glistens, a scratch and its use. You don't know what's missing till everything is different. Everything is different. They tell us how it's done, they got it confused. They underestimate and they tend to abuse. We are here to rectify the issue. We don't take the blame and just continue. It's just about the times they don't make a change. Rather talk us down than rearrange. We may break the rules to get to the truth. Take it as a testament of our youth, our youth, our youth. Young and restless, trying to find the meaning, kind of the day-to-day. Don't know what you're taking, but wanna fade away. Some flesh has been bruised, they don't catch you slipping time.
All right, everybody, I will pull up the audio when this young woman stops singing. I'll pull up the audio. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, I have one more song for you guys, then
Representative Ilhan Omar is a freshman congresswoman. Representing the 5th Congressional District in Minnesota. She is one of the 2 first Muslim women in Congress, in the 116th Congress. She has been a strong advocate for climate justice, including racial justice and more. She is the only elected official here to speak to the youth today about the climate crisis.
There is so much pain in the world. It's good to have some joy. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you to all the organizers. And thanks to all the youth that have decided to show up today for their future. And every single adult that is here to assure that future happens. I am here because I believe that people across this country and across the world deserve clean air and clean water. I am here because I believe we face the greatest threat of humanity has ever faced, and that is climate change. I am here because I know that my son and my daughters will bear the burden of this crisis. I'm here because we must not let the current administrations prioritize corporate interests over the health of all of our communities. Yes, we are at a dark moment in our history, but we are the light that can bring change. As lawmakers in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, we must acknowledge our ability to that we are responsible for nearly third of the excess of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere today, and thus we must bear responsibility for climate change than any other country in the world. I'm here because I ran on a bold platform to solve this crisis. And that was called the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal will create millions of jobs for workers in both rural communities and low-income communities. It will help ensure clean energy system and will provide millions of jobs to workers currently in the fossil fuel industry economy and for workers currently shut out of that economy. It is our responsibility to invest directly in areas that have been harmed by environmental racism. The United States should be offering protections and support for refugees who are impacted by climate. Instead, we are capping the number of refugees that we are settling in this country to only 30,000 people and admitting fewer and fewer by the day. We need to invest in clean energy future that puts us on a path to 100% renewable energy. Instead, we are letting the fossil fuel company CEOs dictate how we treat our planet. That is why I'm introducing a bill to end the $20 billion in corporate welfare fuel corporations receive each year. And can I tell you that is one welfare program that I am excited to end. approximately $20 billion. $20 billion is exactly the amount it will take to eradicate homelessness in this country, but we are using it to fund the fossil fuel industry. That is not right. And it is unacceptable that we still have communities like Flint that do not have access to clean and safe drinking water. That is why I introduced the Water Act that will provide $35 billion a year to drinking water and wastewater improvements. And we must acknowledge that the waste we create contributes to climate crisis. That's why I'm introducing a zero waste bill, which will invest in local solutions to move us to zero waste future. And lastly, we must end the extraction of the dirtiest fossil fuel in the world and keep it in the ground. In Minnesota, the Line 3 replacement pipeline threatens indigenous communities, our drinking water, and perpetuates climate crisis. We have the opportunity to decide the direction of not only our own communities, but our country. I believe in a country where every child has the opportunity to live to their full potential. A country that puts its greatest hope in the future of all children than we do in our memories of the past. At its finest, which represents that we as Americans should strive to be united in our diversity. Combating hate and reshaping societal outlooks by reinventing an inclusive democracy is a great task. And we should consider ourselves fortunate to be in positions of influence where we can make a difference. And to those who deny the threat of climate change, I have this to say. They are not my words, they're words that I borrowed from one of my greatest inspirations. She says, "You are not messing with politics, you're messing with lives. You're messing with futures. The young people of America, the young people of the world don't want you to be playing with their lives." And they are not going to just sit down and listen. They are going to be in your face, and they're going to tell you the direction they want their future to take. And this young woman, who is such a great inspiration for me, says that she wants to make sure that every politician views and values every single life. I happen to have the honor of calling her my daughter. And I get to have the honor of having her call me her Hoyo. And it's with great pleasure that I introduce Isra Hirsi, who is 16 years old, bad as it can be, one of the organizers of this nationwide climate strike. And I'm just excited for you all to hear from her. So Isra,
everyone. I wanted to thank you all for coming out today in DC, but also all over the world, because we are the future. My name is Isra Hersey. I am a 16-year-old from the tundra of Minneapolis, Minnesota, one of the co-founders and co-directors of the U.S. Youth Climate Strike. I grew up in Minneapolis, where the Somali population is visible. I went to schools with kids that looked like me, had the same culture as me, and people I could relate to. Growing up in these predominantly black and Muslim neighborhoods, I was always aware of who I was. When I first got involved in this work, I wanted to keep my identity and my community with me in my activism, especially given the droughts in my parents' birth country and the increased air pollution in my hometown, Minneapolis, along with other apparent effects. In Minneapolis, the polar vortex hit us hard. I had 4 snow days in 1 week, and at least 3 people died. Beyond this, Minnesota has a pipeline called Line 3 that will go through both indigenous treaty lands and sacred wild rice beds. If this pipeline were to be constructed, detrimental amounts of oil would be spilled, ruining Minnesota's climate and worsening the effects of climate change. Because of all of this, and so much more, I decided to take action by joining my high school's Green Club. This club, along with so much more, has defined my activism today, but it also made me more aware of my identity in climate activism. I was the only black kid at most meetings, and usually the only person of color. My Green Club consisted of a group of white kids talking about their camping trips. I knew I didn't fit in because I've only gone camping once. It was hard to look like their token and attend their meetings, but I kept going because I wanted to change that. Fast forward a few months, I joined my city's I Matter team. I Matter is an organization that helps youth take climate action in their own city. With I Matter Minneapolis, we were able to pass 100% renewable electricity by 2040 in only a few months. Here, I felt welcomed, but I was still one of the only people of color. Then, October of 2018 rolls around. The IPCC has come, and I was devastated. 2030 was the deadline. That is only 11 years away. Immediately, I thought of my little sister, Edwat. She's supposed to graduate high school in 2030. I want her to have a future like I get to, and so many others deserve. So then I joined a statewide youth climate group called Minnesota Can't Wait, a merge of Sunrise Minnesota, MN350, I Matter, etc. Together, we had so much momentum, it was crazy. We introduced the first statewide Green New Deal. But even in this amazing space, I still remained one of the only people of color. And I happened to be one of the only people advocating for communities.
Good morning, everybody, and happy Friday. Welcome to News Now. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm joined here on the News Now set with Ron Hoon. Again, happy Friday. We are wrapping up the week, but we're starting it, the show anyway, live in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., where there are some climate strikes, protests, however you'd like to refer to it, kind of worldwide today. Ron, have you been hearing about these?
Yes, I think the first word we got were of events in the UK many hours ago, and then Italy as well. So, yeah, it seems to be a kind of a globally organized movement where there's been concern about global warming for a long time. Yeah. And so we've got these protesters. Are they right on the steps of the Capitol?
So this is in New York City.
So
we've had D.C. and New York City already today. Here.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, is this live or this?
No, this was from earlier this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I just jumped up here with Pilar, and away we go. Yeah. Well, so this is clearly a pretty well organized event, and when you get some of the more prominent members of Congress that are taking part in it, which is what we saw out of Washington a little while ago, then that's going to definitely make some headlines.
Yeah, absolutely. And so a lot of people are wondering, hey, these are all, teenagers, college students. Are they just doing it to get out of class? But it seems like they really want some sort of policy change to happen.
Yeah, you'd have to individually interview them one by one. I mean, there could be some people who are thinking, gosh, if I could get out of math class. But yeah, for the most part, They are just trying to put pressure on various legislatures around the country as well as on Congress to take more action.
I do have some numbers about how many students are out.
Okay.
Okay, in Berlin,
yes,
police said as many as 20,000
wow.
protesters.
Oh, we got to try to get those pictures.
Right?
That is impressive.
In South Africa's capital, is it Pretoria? Is that how you say it?
Yes, Pretoria.
50 students. Vienna,
50?
50.
Oh, okay. So the turnout varied dramatically.
Right.
Okay.
In Vienna, 10,000 students.
Which, by the way, Vienna just was announced yesterday as the world's most livable city.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Helsinki, 3,000 students gathered in front of Finland's parliament. And then I think I have some more numbers here. But yeah, it's a global movement. There's lots of students out, and wow.
Yeah. Well, let's see. It seems to me, off the top of my head, I believe 3 out of the last 4 years have been some of the warmest ever recorded on the planet. And so global warming, yeah, it's a concern, that's for sure.
But then everybody who looks at this winter with, what were they, bomb cyclones and everything that we've had, winter's still not over.
Boy, that's a good point. I mean, we actually had the story, get this, as of about 2 hours ago, we had run the story that California is officially out of its drought.
Wow.
For the first time since Christmas of the year 2011.
Interesting.
They have had an epic winter. I mean, this might be one of those years. Now, there are all kinds of factors that go into global warming, obviously. But this might just be one of those winters where it turns out to be one of the more, one of the cooler ones in a while, and certainly one of the wettest ones that we've ever experienced in our
Lots of precipitation and snow. Here in Arizona as well, North Scottsdale getting snow and stuff. It's been bizarre. Meanwhile, let's look outside now live.
Yes, sunshine.
And I'm hoping some warmth. It's been a little too cool for me.
Well, here's the thing, Pilar. This is one of the complaints I hear, from people as time goes on, is that, okay, so the winters are just a little chillier than we thought they were going to be.
Yeah.
There's a little too much rain down here, a little too much snow up north. If we could just hit the sweet spot of about 74, 75 degrees, and then not quickly run straight up to 86.
Right.
Or 90, that would be nice. But it never seems to quite work out that way. We're either just a little on the coolish side or quite frequently a little on the warmish side.
Yeah.
So enjoy today for sure.
All right.
Because we do have some 80s coming.
I know. I can't wait, though. I like the 80s.
I like the 80s, too. Yeah.
Not the decade, the temperatures.
Oh, believe me, we will be begging for the 80s here in about 2 months.
All right, another top story of the day. This is video of President Trump's arrival at the Pentagon this morning. And you and I were kind of looking for some info on this, and we're like, it's not necessarily hush-hush because we're seeing the arrival here, the motorcade, the beast.
Yes.
But it's like, what are they talking about?
Yeah, there don't appear to be any media availabilities from what we understand. Now, this would make sense, Pilar. This actually would be exactly the way you would expect to see it unfold. Oh, there, I believe there was the limo. You never know. Is it the decoy?
I know,
is it the
there's
first
so
one
many
or the
of them,
second
you know.
one? Yeah, you really don't. But anyhow, so yeah, we should get that picture, the president's arrival at the Pentagon just a little while ago. As I say, though, this makes sense. It would be the way you would expect it to go if, in fact, the administration is truly trying now to formulate a response to this report we got in the middle of the night, meaning over in North Korea, it's the middle of the afternoon, that Kim Jong-un is seriously considering, there's the president right there, whether he wants to even continue a dialogue with the United States, or does he just want to restart his nuclear program.
Ron, you and I haven't talked about this.
Yeah.
First summit went so well.
Yes.
We were able to stream a lot of it on News Now. It was great.
Yep.
The second one, it kind of disintegrated, fell apart. What happened?
Well, I think there are a number of possible explanations. We'll just throw a couple of them that are out there, and then you guys at home can decide. One is that North Korea possibly thought that that the president was so anxious for a deal and might have been distracted by the Mueller investigation and all the testimony coming out of Capitol Hill, that he would have extra special incentive to do a deal that maybe they thought they could gain the upper hand on. Well, I mean, you're dealing with a guy who wrote, his first splash onto the world stage was when he wrote the book called The Art of the Deal.
Right.
So I think, sure, he's very media savvy, but I don't believe he's going to cut a bad deal for the United States just for a one-day headline cycle. I mean, there have been reports, Pilar, honestly, leading up to it, that the possibility was there that he might formally declare an end to the Korean War, which you think extrapolate that. I mean, that would mean the drawdown of our troops there in South Korea, where we have tens of thousands that have had to be stationed there, when I'm sure there are other hot spots in the world that our troops, might be able to be put to use. But that not only did that not happen, the president got up and walked away from the table, which leads to possible scenario number 2, which is that that is a negotiating tactic that the president is actually fairly well known to do. And so, I mean, I saw a report the very next day that there had been some talk about Xi Jinping, the Chinese leader, coming over here, and particularly in the Chinese culture. You know, I've traveled there twice. The idea of saving face and maintaining one's level of dignity is really ingrained in the culture. And so there was a report that Xi Jinping, their president, was not even, I mean, there was no announcement that he was actually going to come to the U.S. There had been speculation that he was going to come to Mar-a-Lago this spring to see if they couldn't cut a deal. And then he started to express concerns that I'm not going to go all the way over to the United States and have him get up and walk away from me at the table. And so he expressed some real concern about the way that's happened. I'm sure that the president looks at it and says, I do this all the time. You got to play hardball. You can't jump in 50%, in the third inning or the sixth inning or wherever we are. Wait to see the final outcome.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The State Department's been very busy this morning themselves. They've already done a news conference with Mike Pompeo earlier. It's about 13 minutes. I'm going to play that later on in the show.
Good.
But now they're preparing to go live with a special representative for Venezuela. His name's Elliot Abrams, holding a news conference. So a lot of moving parts this morning in international relations.
And actually, Pilar, that was the other half of what I wanted to mention, which was the 1-2 punch of what we're seeing today. We're not getting a lot of actual comment from the president himself. You saw, he just walked in, shook hands, turned around for a photo op, and walked right into the Pentagon.
Yeah.
But you would expect, if in fact there is some legitimate concern in Washington about where to go next with a nuclear power, North Korea, that the first step would probably be a meeting between the president and Mike Pompeo,
right,
who would have some special insight in terms of State Department negotiations. So that's going on. That just happened at the White House. And then we see the next step is the military side of it. All right, do we need to formulate a new military response here in the United States in case North Korea gets belligerent again and actually starts firing up their missiles or their nukes? So it makes a lot of sense that there's got to be some legitimacy to this reporting today.
Yeah.
That North Korea is more than just more than just making a little bit of noise, that they maybe seriously are considering ending all discussions with the USA.
You know what, Ron, I had one more top story that I wanted to talk about with you, but we do have this news conference live, and that's what we're all about here on News Now.
Absolutely.
So let's just go to it, and have a great weekend. Thanks for joining us. I really appreciate it.
State Department.
From the State Department, for the most part, to try to support the Venezuelan people as they struggle to return Venezuela to democracy. Just on consular services, I think we've said this before, but some time ago, actually a month ago, we said that non-immigrant visas would be handled in Bogota. Immigrant visas would be handled in Bogota for Venezuelans. Non-immigrant visas can be applied for wherever the individual is in any embassy or consulate around the world. Latest visa revocations this week, we have revoked 340 additional visas, and that's a process that will continue. In Venezuela, the diplomatic staff when we had a full staff, and in the last month or so, when we've had a reduced staff, have been immeasurably assisted by the locally employed staff, which has really been, as is true in so many embassies, vital to the effort to restore democracy to Venezuela and to support a transition to democratic government under interim President Guaido. And so I just want to express our gratitude toward them. They will remain employed by the United States in Caracas. Finally, I would like to congratulate Ricardo Hausmann, who is going to be the representative of Venezuela in the Inter-American Development Bank. The voting is not closed. The voting closes at around 6:30 p.m. today, I think, but enough votes have been cast so that we can say he will be elected. And this is part of the taking authority over foreign roles and assets of Venezuela by the Guaido government. So we congratulate him, and you should see an official statement, I guess, after the voting is closed.
Is there any questions? Yeah. We can take a few. All right, go ahead, Matt.
Thanks. I'm just wondering if you've made any progress or how close you are to getting an agreement with someone to be your protecting power.
We've made real progress. I don't have an announcement, but we have been working hard on this. It's moving forward. We're happy about the direction it's going in, and there's a lot of legal process to do, but this will happen soon. Leave it at that.
I mean, any kind of ballpark, like today, tomorrow?
Oh, no.
Monday,
a week or two.
A week or two from now.
From now, yeah.
Good afternoon. The IDB has put out a statement already saying that Mr. Hausmann can begin as the representative there because there have been sufficient votes cast. What does this mean, generally speaking, for any kind of economic help for Venezuela? Venezuela is in arrears to the IDB anyway. And then also on the IMF has delayed a decision by the board, their board, to discuss or a poll that would basically recognize Guaido. And as you know, the IMF is important as a seal of approval for other big institutions like the World Bank. But what does this overall mean for lending or economic help?
I think the most important task that Professor Hausmann will be undertaking is to work with the IDB on the preparations for post-Maduro Venezuela. He has personally done a lot of work on this. We actually met yesterday. And there's been really an enormous amount of work done over the last several years by Venezuelans and by others. And the IDB has clearly a leading role in the recuperation of the Venezuelan economy when we think of things like the electric sector, the energy sector, which are in bad shape. So he will now be in a position officially to represent Venezuela in those IDB preparations. And that's a lot better than doing it from a university. He'll be inside.
Washington Post.
There were reports coming this week from Maracaibo, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, the second largest city, sort of the Houston of Venezuela, I guess, that had a lot of ransacking, and it sounded like a terrible situation. I was wondering if you have any sense of how close the economy is and the infrastructure is in Venezuela to a total collapse, and following that, the impact on Maduro.
Well, our information is that the situation is considerably worse in Maracaibo than in Caracas in a number of ways. I have not seen lots of looting in Caracas, although the blackout and the diminution of social media mean that we may not be seeing everything that's happening. But we have seen it in Maracaibo. There's been a lot that has been reported in social media and to us. Part of this, I think, is because the regime is directing its attention to Caracas. You know, they seem to be taking the view that what happens outside of Caracas is not threatening to them. So, for example, power supply is better in Caracas than in Maracaibo or anywhere else, actually. So that's, I think, a political judgment on the part of the regime. What is the impact of this situation on the longevity of the regime? It's obviously going to shorten the life of the regime. Now, I've said before, we're not making predictions, and as we look back, we see that, generally speaking, neither we nor anyone else has been very good at predicting when regimes fall. But this blackout has really intensified the difficulties in the country, the difficulties of average families, the difficulties of government institutions. And I think it demonstrates that the longer the regime stays, the worse the economic and social situation are going to be. So, I can't give dates, but it seems to me it's obvious that more and more Venezuelans will be coming to the conclusion that there is no decent future for the country with Maduro in power.
All right, everybody, when we return here on News Now, we'll get caught up with some of the day's top stories from across the country.
And second, could you explain to us the article under which Mr. Guaido declared himself president? It is said that it has expired last month. Could you explain that to us?
Yes.
What is it?
On the blackout, we're not there. I believe there is a consensus now that by far the most likely explanation is that these extremely high voltage lines, which tend to bow as the months go and years go by, that is, they are not straight, they tend to sag is a good word, into trees and bushes. And that creates the possibility of a fire. That is what I would say more experts have given as the explanation. So how do you avoid that? It's simple. You cut and prune and keep trees and bushes from approaching the lines. And they haven't done that. There's really been no maintenance, not just for years, but for decades on those. They have 3 high voltage lines coming essentially from the Guri Dam. That's our best explanation. It is not formed, obviously, by examination, but rather by reports that we've seen from a fair number of experts. As to the Venezuelan Constitution, the National Assembly has passed a resolution.
All right, everybody, we'll be back on TV in about 20 seconds. All right, everybody, here is the other top story that I wanted to talk about with Ron Hoon, but we decided to take that State Department news conference in regards to Venezuela live. A Union Pacific train derailed in southern Minnesota this morning, spilling diesel fuel and sparking a fire. A Union Pacific spokeswoman said 1 locomotive and 12 cars came off the tracks in Le Sueur shortly before 5. 2 crew members were taken to the hospital as a precaution. That spokeswoman said no diesel spilled into the Minnesota River, but crews with Minnesota Homeland Security and Emergency Management Services plan to put an absorbent boom in the water as a precaution. Of course, the cause of the derailment remains under investigation, but their version of Sky Fox out there in Minnesota capturing those images this morning. Again, thanks so much for being with us here on News Now. My name's Pilar Arias. Happy Friday, everybody. Let's get you all caught up with some of the day's business headlines, right? Boeing stops delivery on its 737 MAX jets following a deadly crash in Ethiopia, and Tesla introduces a new model to keep up with sport utility vehicle demand. Tracy Carrasco has more in today's Morning Business Outlook.
The S&P 500 snapped a three-day winning streak on Thursday, edging lower as the Dow and NASDAQ ended just slightly higher. All three major averages up at least 1% so far this week. Boeing now temporarily stopping deliveries of its best-selling 737 MAX jet. However, production of the planes will continue. The move comes after dozens of countries grounded the jet following two fatal crashes in 5 months, the most recent one last Sunday in Ethiopia. According to the FAA, the 737 MAX could be grounded through at least April, when a software update to make the plane safer is expected to be released. Tesla has unveiled its long-awaited Model Y, a compact SUV. Tesla CEO Elon Musk says the Model Y has the functionality of an SUV but rides like a sports car. It can go from 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds. It seats 7 people, and prices start at $39,000. The long-range Model Y will be available starting in the fall of 2020. For more, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Tracy Carrasco.
Thanks so much for that, Tracy. A 12-year-old boy with a very big heart. For the past 2 years, he's been growing his hair long with a goal in mind to donate his precious locks to kids who've lost their own hair.
Welcome to a little after-school round of Apex Legends, one of the games Morgan loves to play.
Gotta go. What the heck? Now I got a good combo.
Look around his room, you'll see something else he loves. Star Wars.
How they can use the Force and like lift things, it's pretty cool.
Morgan is like any other 12-year-old boy, though you might notice one difference. Most people do.
It's annoying when people just think I'm a girl.
They mistake Morgan for a girl because of his long hair.
Usually when I go into the boys' bathroom, people kind of look at me funny. Even the adults look at me funny. They're like, what are you doing in this bathroom?
What he's doing is growing his hair out for kids with medical issues who have lost all of theirs.
So, yeah, I could help them out.
Today, it's time. After 2 years, Morgan's locks have reached just the right length to donate.
All right, you ready? All right, there's one.
The process is pretty painless and important.
Just to help kids feel normal.
Especially for a kid who suffered some serious health problems of his own.
I was born earlier than I was supposed to.
Born at 27 weeks, Morgan almost didn't make it.
It was very traumatic for both me and my husband. We did not know if he was actually going to live.
Now, he's here helping others.
Looks really good.
This is the second time he's grown his hair out, and he's excited.
Look at you.
To start this all over a third time.
And he said he wants to do it again, so.
In Bountiful, Lauren Steinbrecher, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Oh my goodness, can you say Feel Good Friday story? That was it. That was the one. A triathlete from Washington State is 88 years old and a nun. She's visiting right here in Phoenix, and that's where our very own Jennifer Ah caught up with her.
Sister Madonna Buter is a Roman Catholic nun, but some call her the Iron Nun, who didn't start running until her late 40s after a priest recommended it to her.
He started talking about running and how it gives you a high, and I said, you know what? I thought we were supposed to get that in prayer.
After running for a few years, she didn't compete in her first triathlon until she was 52 years old, but wanted to show it's never too late to find your passion.
I said, no. But you know, the more you protest something, it kind of hangs on. So that's what happened.
And so when it comes to her relationship with running, it wasn't love at first sight, But fast forward to 2019, she's completed not 1 or 2 triathlons, but a whopping 390 of them.
Looking back on what I did, I said, how in the world did you ever do that? I'm amazed because I thought nothing of it while I was doing it.
Sister Madonna has earned 7 world titles and 6 national titles in her age group. Residing in Washington State, she made the trek to Arizona for the 2019 Try the Cure event in Anthem. She may have retired, but still keeps busy inspiring others and will be cheering on the competitors this weekend, knowing all too well the hard work it took to make it to the finish line.
So you have your ups and your downs, your lows and your highs. And to me, it was just a progression of life. And I love to be out in Mother Nature, surrounded by her beauty.
In terms of how she fueled her body during training, she says she ate a lot of raw fruits, vegetables, garlic, and protein powder, plus a healthy dose of the Holy Spirit.
Oh man, I want to be like her when I grew up. I also love nature and the outdoors. That's what I meant to say. Hiking, biking, that sort of thing. Love it. All right, this next top story we have for you. Some parents stunned after a school district in Washington bans unpasteurized kombucha tea. And as Fox's Steve Kiggins explains, the ban is over the small alcohol content in the drink.
I think there's much more important things that we could be worried about in the school district than kids drinking kombucha in school.
Elizabeth Goff says she recently got this letter, and so did other Arlington school district parents in early March, reminding them not to allow their kids to bring drugs or alcohol, including unpasteurized kombucha tea, onto school property.
Parents were stunned because kombucha is a probiotic drink, and we were like, what?
But Goff says most kombucha tea sold in stores usually only has a trace of alcohol. In fact, if the tea has more than 0.5% alcohol per volume, it must be regulated by the feds.
If there was enough alcohol left in it to be considered an alcoholic beverage, you couldn't just buy it over the counter. You'd have to have identification. You'd have to be 21.
The district's letter cites school board policy, which is modeled after the Washington State School Directors Association, which bans unpasteurized kombucha tea, which contains a small amount of alcohol.
All right, so it'll be 545.
Glory Bucha in downtown Arlington is about 1.5 years old, and it's the first kombucha brewery in Snohomish County.
There's a saying that history repeats itself. And I tell you, this is something that has definitely repeated itself.
Kombucha is centuries old, but its popularity is on the rise. Owner Lowell Profit says in order for kombucha to earn its name, it will always have a trace of alcohol. It's even listed on their own labels.
However, it's very low. It's nothing that you can get drunk off or get woozy.
How can we change it?
Meanwhile, Goff says she and a couple dozen other parents are banding together to ask the district to reverse this policy. She believes kombucha has health benefits that outweigh any trace of alcohol.
Kombucha is not going to kill our kids, and can we please let our kids continue to drink it?
Now, a district spokesperson told me that the school board here is always open and willing to listen to the concerns from the public. Their public meetings are typically held on the 2nd and 4th Mondays each month here in Arlington. In Snohomish County, Steve Kiggins, Q13 News.
Remember, News Now isn't just live on Fox 10 Extra right now. We're also simulcasting on YouTube, so you never know who's watching or where. Expect to see some major changes if you're planning to attend tomorrow's St. Patrick's Day Parade in downtown Chicago. Fox's Dane Placo reports.
At Plumbers Hall, they're in full parade mode. Bagpipers piping and a test for that mysterious dye that turns the Chicago River green.
And you can see it's an orange dye to start out with.
But there's another tradition parade organizers want to end this year, public drinking. The Plumbers Union, which has run the event for more than 60 years, has noticed an uptick in drinking along the parade route over the past couple years and the bad behavior that inevitably follows. So this year, they're doing something about it.
We want to make sure that this parade is a fun family event.
For the first time, the parade route down Columbus will be barricaded, and the 500,000 parade goers will only be able to enter at 2 controlled checkpoints at Jackson and Ida B. Wells. That's the new name for Congress. All bags and purses will be hand-checked, and no alcohol will be allowed on the parade route.
We're being proactive here as opposed to being reactive, so hence the reason why we're going to be checking bags, and if anybody comes with any alcohol, you're not allowed into the parade site.
As for that mysterious dye...
What is that stuff anyway?
That's a top secret formula.
Come on.
No, couldn't tell you.
But he did tell me they only use 150 pounds of this stuff for the entire river.
Very little dye takes to make things real bright green.
Little goes a long way.
A little goes a real long way.
And if you want to see them actually dye the river green, that'll happen at 9 o'clock Saturday morning. The best place to see it, right here on the Riverwalk between Michigan and State. Dane Placco, Fox 32 News.
So it goes in red, but it turns the river green. I love Chicago. I have a best friend who lives out there. I've been a couple times, and I would definitely like to be there for a St. Patrick's Day celebration one of these days. All right, it was a huge hit on the News Now YouTube stream yesterday afternoon. A night of some big surprises and plenty of big-name performances. We had the red carpet. Ashley Dvorkin breaks down Fox's star-studded music show.
The iHeartRadio Music Awards, bringing out the industry's biggest players to rock the house and receive their highest honor. Pop superstar Ariana Grande walking away with one of the evening's top honors, Artist of the Year. While The Middle by Zedd, Maren Morris, and Gray winning Song of the Year. But they ran out of time before they could make an acceptance speech.
Thank you so much, iHeartRadio.
Rapper Cardi B winning Hip Hop Artist of the Year. 5 Seconds of Summer earning Best Duo or Group. Halsey grabbing the Fangirl Trophy.
I can't see the use in me crying.
Among those taking the stage to belt out their hits, John Legend, Casey Musgraves, Backstreet Boys, and Alicia Keys, with an adorable cameo by her son. Keys also receiving one of the special props of the night, the Innovator Award. Taylor Swift honored with Tour of the Year, and country superstar Garth Brooks proudly accepting the Artist of the Decade Award after singing his famous tunes with a celebrity guest star, Chris Pratt. And host T-Pain running the show while not missing an opportunity to put back on his Masked Singer monster costume. But the evening was about the music that transcends the radio and touches millions around the world. Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Opportunity. With the discounts, we can ensure that people get home safely after getting safely to an event. And for what might wind up being a $5 or a $10 travel cost, that goes a long way when compared to the $5,000 to $10,000 you can spend on a first-time DUI. And under Arizona law, even a first-time DUI, you can spend time in jail. So, be lucky or be incarcerated. The option here is a pretty straightforward and a simple one. So again, we want to thank the partnership with iHeartMedia and Lyft, and the option for people to use, first-time users, the code BeLucky, current users, the code BeLucky19 to get discounts on rides. Okay, next, mid-year UCR data. The FBI has reported the semi-annual data comparing the first half of this year, the first half of 2018 to the first half of the year before. Remember, with UCR data, we're going to lag anywhere from 9 months to as much as a year behind because of the amount of time it takes for agencies to report. Beginning in 2021, the National Incident-Based Reporting System will go into effect, which might provide more up-to-date data. But for us in Maricopa County, we're trying through the implementation.
We are currently joining the County Attorney News Conference with Bill Montgomery right here in Maricopa County, Arizona. Let's listen in.
Declined. There are some categories of crime where the decline is a little bit less and maybe a small uptick in other areas. And we're seeing in Maricopa County the same general trends. Now, for the first half comparison, it's not a cumulative total of all reporting agencies in Arizona. So generally speaking, the best data you're going to see is a relative comparison from 2017 and 2018 for cities and populations of 100,000 or more. So the majority of those are going to be in Maricopa County, but it's not going to cover everything. And we're seeing the same general trends too. Overall, all property crime categories showed a decrease, including burglaries declining almost 13%, vehicle thefts declining more than 3%. This is nationally. And we generally perform a little bit better here in Arizona than those national trends. And then for nearly all offenses and violent crime, reports declined, except reports of rape increased a small amount. And it's a mixed bag as well in that particular category within Maricopa County. Now, that's something that we've seen for the last couple of years. There are two contributing factors to why we may be seeing more reports of sexual assault or rape. Part of that is a change in the definition that now accounts for sexual assaults against males, as well as a wider variety of how sexual assault is committed. Secondly, we cannot discount a change in the environment of encouraging people to report sexual assault and the response of the criminal justice system to take those reports seriously and to follow through on them and to do an ever-increasing better job at investigating those types of cases. One other factor for us here in Arizona, too, is ever since we had the Sex Assault Kit Backlog Reduction Task Force, say that 3 times fast, ever since we had that task force, we've seen more sex assault kits processed. We're working our way through that backlog. We have seen indictments. So we have a different environment, too, today than just 5 years ago, in which we encourage victims to report sexual assaults. And again, we're getting better at the investigation, the collection and processing of the sex assault kits, and then also because of that enhanced awareness and encouragement of victims to report, we get better victim participation and assistance in prosecuting those cases too. In particular now, this gives us an opportunity to take a look at general trends here in Arizona. This particular chart reflects felony commitments for both adults and juveniles. But I will tell you, juvenile commitments in the Department of Juvenile Corrections are extremely low. They may be at a historic low right now. So this represents overwhelmingly felony DOC commitments. This chart in particular, the blue line shows statewide commitments, and this is from the Administrative Office of the Courts, Superior Court Statistics. You can find this by going to, or just Googling Administrative Office of the Courts, and then under Publications and Reports in the drop-down, go to Statistics, and you will find information both on limited jurisdiction courts and superior courts. This reflects superior courts. The orange bars there are felony DOC commitments from Maricopa County in particular. And I highlight this because there's a misimpression, I'll characterize it that way, that more people are going to prison from Maricopa County year over year than ever before. And it simply isn't the case. And this is not my office reporting this data. This is coming from the commitment orders that are issued by a superior court. You can't be transferred from a county jail to a state Department of Corrections facility without a commitment order from a superior court judge. So that gives you an additional level of objectivity in looking at the data if you need it. The gray line at the top is the percentage of DOC commitments from Maricopa County. Now, I just want to highlight that the axis on the right as you're looking at it, that 50% mark reads straight over from the 50% mark. The line above it is not the 50% mark. That's related to the left axis of 12,000, or the number of commitments to DOC. So with that explanation, what you see here is that overall, we now have fewer DOC commitments statewide, fewer DOC commitments from Maricopa County, and actually fewer DOC commitments from Maricopa County as a percentage of overall commitments to the state prison. At the same time, and these charts are available for you as well from Amanda afterwards, as well as, now, the axis on the right is really sensitive, so that gray line looks like a tremendous increase. It's actually just a couple of percentage points. But this shows an increase in the state's population and the relative increase in Maricopa County's population, going from estimates provided by the Office of Economic Opportunity from 2011 through 2017. So I show you this to indicate that Maricopa County is now more than 60% of the state's population. And the state's population has grown over this time frame. So when you compare that to DOC commitments, what you then see is while Maricopa County's population is now a greater percentage of the state population, we're sending fewer people to prison when compared to the rest of the state too. So we're utilizing prison less than we have before. Arizona is committing people to prison less than it has within the last 3 years, and Maricopa County has continued to grow over time, which means that the incarceration rate for Maricopa County has declined significantly over the last few years, and at the same time we've seen crime rates fall. So that's a good comparison of commitment numbers and population to criminal justice system outcomes. Now that with the FBI UCR report coming out as it did, this is a good time to review where we've been with respect to those numbers. Okay. A couple of other programs to share with you from a public safety perspective. Our prosecutors have been partnering with city prosecutors to stop repetitive shoplifters. This is called our STOP program and focuses on prosecutions for violations of Title 13, Section 1805, which is our shoplifting statute. Shoplifting is usually treated as a misdemeanor offense that is handled at the municipal level. But for some, the threat of misdemeanor prosecution is not enough of a deterrence to keep them from engaging in repetitive incidents of shoplifting. So the partnership between this office and municipal agencies identifies repetitive shoplifters who've already been offered all sorts of opportunities at rehabilitation through city-level services and programs, and that has not deterred them or kept them from committing these crimes. And we all pay as a consequence. Retail outlets do not simply absorb those losses. Retail outlets will adjust prices accordingly to cover those losses. State law allows for those who commit 2 or more shoplifting crimes in a 5-year span to be charged with a felony instead of a misdemeanor. Now, the first 5 defendants identified in this partnership had a combined total of 105 arrests and 73 misdemeanor convictions. So obviously the criminal justice system's response to them and their response to those sanctions was not working. This partnership has now led to 12 defendants being charged with felony shoplifting since this partnership began 6 months ago. And we're continuing to work with municipal agencies to ensure that only those who are demonstrating a refusal to adapt their behavior to reasonable expectations in the community and to quit stealing from businesses are a focus of this effort.
2020 presidential candidate Cory Booker on the campaign trail today in New Hampshire. We're going to have that next when we return.
Continued to shoplift. He'd been arrested and prosecuted many times at the city level and each time offered services and programs in lieu of jail. After going through all the second chance options with the city and still continuing to break the law, Johnson eventually was sentenced to jail and had a Class 1 misdemeanor conviction on his record. Unfortunately, he refused to stop his criminal activity, and again, mentioning that over 120 contacts with law enforcement over the years, was charged with a felony and convicted. And that just reflects, too, the extent to which prosecutors, police, and even the business community are working together now trying to address some of these initially characterized as low-level offenses in order to keep people from continuing to commit crime. Now, with respect to cases of community interest, in State v. Brandon Tucker, the defendant was sentenced on March 8th to 6.5 years in the Department of Corrections after pleading guilty to 4 counts of burglary and 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug. Between December 25th of 2017 and February 4th of 2018, the defendant committed multiple burglaries around the South Phoenix area. His first burglary targeted a former employer where he was captured on surveillance video inside a hotel using a laundry cart to conceal a number of items, including computer equipment that he took from an office. The defendant was then linked to 3 additional vehicle burglaries where he was able to enter secure lots and get into several first responder and city vehicles taking multiple items. A fingerprint found on one of those vehicles was linked to the defendant and the other crimes. This defendant showed no regard for the law or those he impacted with his criminal actions, and the sentencing was a fitting resolution. Now, I highlight this one because
and I will be calling on everybody to unite behind the nominee. Got you correctly. You talk a lot about unity and coming to Donald Trump. I wish it was not a babe. You can't campaign by divide. I want you to know there's a lot of people in this race, but no one has come through where there was thuggery and violence. My phones were tapped by the city police. It was very, very tough politics. The movie was incredibly successful, won the Tribeca Film Festival, got nominated for an Oscar, and then lost to a movie called March of the Dagnab Penguins. I learned very well that I am not cuter than a penguin. Flightless rodents. I love animals. But that movie will show you that I had to fight my way against one of the toughest, most vicious machines that was out there, and that I did not lose my integrity or my dignity. In fact, I believe, my theory, and again, I know there's some fight fire with fire people out there, and God bless them. If they become the nominee, I'm behind them. But I'm willing to die on this hill because I believe that when we as Americans extend grace to each other, we're not weaker, we're stronger. That when campaigns are aspirational and call all Americans to join together, that reach out to independents, that reach out to Republicans because they're suffering with the opioid crisis, inadequate health care, starved public education, they're suffering too. And so my call of my campaign will be to unify people because unity is strength. And I hope that you will give me a chance to earn your vote on that. Thank you. All right, I was Jill, please, and then I'll go back again.
My name is Jill Marshall. I grew up in Plainfield, New Hampshire. I left 20 years ago, and I worked on Capitol Hill for another senator, Tom Daschle.
Yes.
Worked very hard for rural Americans.
Yes.
I'm wondering what your plan is for rural Americans.
Thank you. So her question, because the microphone didn't get to her in time, is what is my plan for rural Americans? And number one is we are going to have, if I'm President of the United States, a massive rural infrastructure plan. As I've traveled from rural Iowa to rural New Hampshire, I'm stunned from the water quality issues to no access to broadband. We need to have a rural investment to make sure that the infrastructure is there so people can build communities. Number two is we need to have investment in rural areas. I've already passed probably the biggest rural investment bill there is, called Opportunity Zones, where every single governor, and they've already done it here in New Hampshire as well, can designate 20% of their lowest income places. As we look across the map in America, some of them are urban places like Camden, New Jersey, but many of them are rural areas. I've met with Heflin, Alabama leaders who are telling me already our legislation, which gives incredible tax incentives to people to invest, is going to create hundreds of jobs in their community. And that's one thing we have to get investment back, and I'll double down on doing those things. Number three, rural education is critical. And right now, a lot of kids don't have great educational pathways. If you have a rural school, for example, you are really struggling because the federal government, for example, does not fulfill its share of special needs funding. So if you have a few special needs kids, beautiful children, that by law you have to provide full funding for, often those schools now have real challenges. If we as a federal government just funded special needs education fully at the 40% level we're supposed to, and that would be money for rural education, which is really important. Rural teachers. We have a situation where a lot of teachers can't afford even to go to rural communities. The salaries are too low and they're carrying too much debt. I'm going to have the most ambitious program, not only for forgiving the debt of teachers, but also giving them the kind of tax benefit. It's obnoxiously offensive to me that teachers have a tax treatment that is worse than Wall Street stockbrokers, and we need to correct that balance. So I am very focused on rural America, and a lot of it's because of the question that Kate asked. We need to be a party that has a rural agenda. And the last thing I'm going to say, Sam, to your question, we are killing American farmers right now. We're ending the independent family farm as we know it in America because we're allowing unchecked corporate consolidation to drive our farmers out of business. That tomato or broccoli you buy at the co-op here, it is the consumer, the share of that consumer dollar for farmers is down about 50%. And so I was with my favorite farmer in the Senate, a guy named Tester. He and I represent the largest girth in all of the Senate. We're very large people. And he and I were just talking. He's a farmer himself. We've got to stop what's happening in ag and start having agricultural policies that support the independent family farmer and fix a broken food system that's really suffering because of all this corporate consolidation in the ag world. All right, I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to go to the gentleman back there, okay? Yep, yes, you. But we're going to go here first.
Hi. First of all, I'm a transplanted New Yorker, but I lived in New Jersey, and my daughter was born in New Jersey.
Your daughter
was born in New Jersey.
was born with light upon her.
Anyway, I'm an educational researcher, and I was doing research on underserved communities across America. I've been in many, many states, and the Newark schools. I had being a New Yorker, my image of Newark was a little. And I went into the Newark schools. They were the best schools that were in the study. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much. I will not object to that statement at all.
And I'm devastated about Betsy DeVos and everything that she's doing. So I'm not going to ask you an educational question because I I trust you. But to follow up on the question from the young woman who asked about your supporting the Democratic nominee, should you become the nominee, how will you deal with Donald Trump as an opponent because of the way he fights and the way and just the tactics that he used? How will you be the candidate to beat Donald Trump?
Right. So remember, the opposite of justice is often not injustice. It's apathy, inaction, and indifference. We as Democrats have all the votes we need to win just about every office, but too often we're not engaging people to get into the process. I know Pennsylvania, I was just in Philly a few days ago, and they were talking if Philadelphia alone got 7,000 more votes more, and there was a lot of people, tens of thousands that didn't vote in Philadelphia alone. If they had 7,000 more votes, she would have won that state. The same thing with Wayne County, where Detroit is, if they had just got activated their base. So the first part is getting our own base excited and energized to get out and fight. And I believe that if we do that, number one, and get our base of voters, we're going to win. But that's not enough for me, because I really do believe we have a message for the rest of America. I was with some union heads the other day who told me 50% of union members in some of their unions were voting for Donald Trump, which is unbelievable. Here's a party that is attacking unions like never before, attacking Davis-Bacon, forcing states to become right-to-work states. Union America is on its knees because of Republican policies. And I want to make sure that we're reaching out to rural communities, to our union brothers and sisters, and let them know that we are the party for them and we have an agenda for them in their lives. And then the final thing I will say, because people ask me this all the time. I got asked by some a snarky reporter one time. Corey, you talk about loving people all the time. Or do you love Donald Trump? And I just basically said, look, my mom taught Sunday school, okay? And she taught me to love my enemies. And I'm not going to let anybody drag me so low as to contort my soul and make me hate them. But I'm also a former football player for Stanford University. You put me on the field, and you will have no stronger and harder fighter than I am. And I'm going to prove that in this state by going all over, working from early in the morning to late at night. I will fight for us. I will fight for kids in struggling public schools. I'll fight for people with inadequate health care. It's what I've done all my life. It's why I live in a tough inner city, because I'm going to stand with you and fight for you. And if I'm your nominee, I'm going to fight, and we are going to win. All right? The gentleman, yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Will Tansky. I'm from Grantham, and an issue that's really important to me is gay rights. But we live in like a pretty mixed area, so there are some of the kindest people you've ever met that are like really staunchly conservative. So I'm just wondering what your opinions are on balancing religious freedom with gay rights and that agenda.
I don't see how the two are in any way opposed to each other. You know, as an African American, and my parents and grandparents told me stories that people used to use religion as an excuse to discriminate against second-class citizenship for African Americans. And people stood up and just said, wait a minute, that should not be. We should have laws to protect against discrimination. freedom of religion, believe what you want, but we should not have a country that allows any minority to be discriminated against. And so I believe fully in religious freedom. I was in South Carolina meeting with a whole bunch of black pastors. I grew up in a black church, and they asked me the similar question. And I said, look, I belong to Metropolitan Baptist Church in Newark, New Jersey, and my pastor is not going to do any gay marriages in his church. And the government should never force him to. It's his church. And I might be one of those parishioners that wants to talk to him every once in a while about these issues. But this is where we are in America right now. 30% of gay and lesbian youth report not going to school because of fear. And we have Betsy DeVos in the Education Department rolling back protections for LGBTQ kids. If you look at homeless youth, overwhelmingly the significant part of them are gay and lesbian youth. We now have violence against gay and lesbians in this country that just as we see an increase in homophobia, an increase in Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, we're also seeing an increase in attacks. And the trans community, my brother's child is transgender. The kind of discrimination that they're enduring and violence and murder of trans Americans is unacceptable to me. And so I believe in equal rights. That's why yesterday, a bill that I originally co-sponsored, day before yesterday, we had a big press conference pushing again something called the Equality Act. Now, what's the Equality Act? Most Americans don't know that in the majority of states in our nation.
All right, everybody, before we take a quick break, Sky Fox is live over the scene of a two-vehicle crash involving a fire department response vehicle. This is happening off 67th and Thomas Avenues. Early reports indicate that a squad tender truck and a car collided. 3 patients from the car being treated by firefighters there on the scene. As of now, an 18-month-old child has been taken to the hospital for evaluation, but she is listed in stable condition. We are being told that the Phoenix Fire Department will update us with more information as it becomes available. More News Now is just moments away. We are taking a live look at the White House in our nation's capital, where it looks like they're getting plenty of sunshine too, but when you see all those flags waving around in the wind, it looks like they're getting at least a little bit of a breeze. And if you are hoping to get in the St. Patrick's Day spirit, remember, it's Sunday. Believe it or not, St. Patrick's Day is Sunday. 2019 is just flying by, right, everybody? Well, we're going to head into the White House, where the Shamrock Bowl presentation took place.
Oh, that beautiful music. I can't talk over that music. It's too good. It's too good. We'll let them finish out. And thank you very much. It's a great honor. And I'm delighted to be here tonight with so many of my Irish friends. I have a lot of Irish folks in this room, and we have a lot of people that wanted to be here very specifically for that reason. We celebrate St. Patrick's Day and honor thriving Irish-American partnerships that we have all over this country. Some of you came all the way from the Emerald Isle to be with us this evening. Many of you, actually. Many of you. Others came from a little-known island called Manhattan. And no matter where you began your journey, we're grateful that you made it, and you're really welcome to be at the White House. This is a very spectacular place. I've lived in a lot of locations. I've lived in a lot of places. And Melania, I think we have to say, this tops it, right? This tops it. On behalf of the First Lady, I'd like to thank Taoiseach. Leo, you are really something. We've gotten to know each other over the last couple of years. Very special guy. And also Dr. Matthew Barrett for joining us tonight. Thank you, Matthew. You here someplace? Thank you very much. Where's Matthew? Thank you, Matthew, very much. Appreciate it. Also, I want to give a very special thank you to a very proud American, but he's also very proud to have a lot of Irish blood in him, and that's our Vice President, Mike Pence. You have a lot in. How much? You have a lot, right? Almost the whole deal? Pretty close. Along with his wonderful sister, who I just met, Annie. Thank you, Annie, for being here, wherever you may be. Thank you very much, Annie. We also are grateful to be joined by Ireland's ambassador to the United States, Daniel Mulhall, and his wife, Greta. Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you. My thanks as well to 3 Irish-American Supreme Court justices in attendance. One of them has a little less of the Irish blood, but they're all great. Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh, and Justice Kennedy, and we appreciate very much wherever you are. Great. Really great. You're doing a fantastic job. Several members of Congress are also here for the festivities, and all of the members of Congress, wherever you may be. There are too many of you to name. I hate to do that to you. You're going to go home. You're never going to vote for Trump again, but that's okay. I may be better off, right? We're also pleased to have many members of my cabinet with us, including Acting Secretary of Defense Patrick Shanahan, who's doing a fantastic job, Attorney General Bill Barr, Mrs. Barr, thank you very much. Thank you. Ambassador Robert Lighthizer, he's not busy enough. He's negotiating with China. He's negotiating with South Korea. Japan, we just heard about Japan. Japan's now negotiating. They haven't wanted to negotiate for many years, but now they're negotiating. It's called tariffs. Tariffs are a very, very great way of getting people to the table, and Japan has been terrific. Prime Minister Abe just have completed a deal with Mexico, the USMCA with Mexico and with China, with Mexico and with Canada, and the China deal is going along incredibly well. We'll see what happens, but we're very deep. And where is Bob Lighthizer? Is he around, or is he still? I think he's just a big negotiating machine. I can't imagine that he's even here. But Bob, if you are here, you're doing a great job. We'll have news on China probably one way or the other. We're going to know over the next 3 to 4 weeks. And if that one gets done, it will be something that people are going to be talking about for a long time. And because we have been really taken advantage of for a long time. And now I think China, frankly, they've been very responsible and very reasonable. Let's see what happens. This year, on March 17th, from Boston to Chicago to the Emerald City of Seattle and dozens of other cities and towns in between, millions of Americans will celebrate the legendary history and the rich heritage of the inspiring Irish people. I know many Irish people, and they are inspiring. They're sharp, they're smart, they're great, and they are brutal enemies, right? So you have to keep them as your friend. Always keep them as your friend. You don't want to fight with the Irish. It's too tough. It's too bloody. In my hometown of New York City, St. Patrick's Day, for years and years I've gone to St. Patrick's Day. My father and mother would take me. It's one of the most important holidays of the year and the greatest parade of the year. During the parade this weekend, Fifth Avenue will become a beautiful sea of green, and marchers make their way past the famous and very beautiful St. Patrick's Cathedral, to me one of the most beautiful places in the country. Presentation of the Shamrock Bowl, and I won't tell you who's getting it. It's a big surprise. Okay? It's a very big surprise. I want to keep all the television back there. We want to keep them in suspense. This tradition began almost 70 years ago when Ireland's first ambassador to the United States, John Joseph Hearn, gave President Harry Truman a small box of shamrocks in 1952. Tonight, we accept this gift as a symbol of the enduring friendship with Ireland and its amazing people that we love. The Irish are confident, fierce, faithful, tough, and true. They never give up. They never give in. Do you give in? Does anybody here give in? I don't think so. Since the time of the Revolutionary War, the sons and daughters of Ireland have played a central role in the history of our country. On Christmas night, 1776, a Bostonian of Irish descent, General Henry Knox, Director General George Washington's famous crossing of the Delaware. During the Civil War, more than 150,000 Irishmen valiantly fought to preserve our Union, and they fought hard. This very building, our nation's beloved White House, was designed by Irish architect James Hoban. In 1974 and 1794, when Catholic Irish workers in Washington, D.C. needed a place to pray, they founded a church, now the oldest parish in Washington, D.C., and it's called St. Patrick's. Every year on St. Patrick's Day, we honor Ireland's patron saint and his life of selfless service to others. Today, we also honor the many Irish-American firefighters, soldiers, police officers, doctors, nurses, teachers, priests, and countless others who carry on St. Patrick's blessed legacy of service. Tonight, we are thrilled to have so many members of the Irish community with us at the White House for this celebration. So many people wanted to be here, and they couldn't because we wanted to make room for you. So we just said, don't come. Through trial and triumph, ups and downs, thick and thin, the extraordinary Irish people have stood by America's side, and America will always stand by theirs. And I have to say, that we have literally never had a better relationship with Ireland than we do right now, based on the relationship that we have. But we're doing trade, we're doing many, many things with Ireland, and it's been a wonderful friendship. Never been stronger than it is today. We thank the Taoiseach for his honored gift of good luck and goodwill, and we wish all Americans and our great friends in Ireland, many of whom are watching right now, a very, very happy St. Patrick's Day. I'd like to invite the Taoiseach to begin the presentation of this year's Shamrock Bowl, and I just want to say it's an honor to be with you, and enjoy yourself, enjoy your evening, and let's present the trophy to President Trump.
Mr. President, First Lady, Mr. Vice President, Uachtaráin, Céad Ban, Alas Uachtaráin. As some of you will know, I'm a big fan of history, and I really love history because I believe that history is the study of the future. It reminds us where we've come from and points us to the place we need to go next. And throughout history, holders of your office, Mr. President, have defined the destiny of this great country in times of certainty and in times of crisis. People like President Washington, who helped to create America, and showed the world what freedom meant and how democracy worked. People like President Jefferson, who helped to make America great and created a republic of liberty. President Lincoln, who preserved democracy and proved that freedom has no limits. And Presidents Roosevelt and Reagan, who defeated two evil empires and secured freedom for the world. I know, Mr. President, you've said your ambition is to make America great again, and I think we can already see some of the results of that. The American economy is booming. There are more jobs, rising incomes, lower taxes, exactly what you said you would do. And American military power is unrivaled. Nobody doubts your status as a great power in the world. But I think what makes America really great is not just economic prowess or military might. It's all those things that make all of us around the world really love and respect America. Above all, your people, and so many of you here tonight, your values, a new nation conceived in liberty, the land and home of the brave and free. Those inspiring words that inspired the world. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A nation dedicated to the proposition of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. A country that put a man on the moon, not because it was easy, but precisely because it was hard. And Mr. President, the promise of America inspired so many people seeking liberty and freedom around the world, including so many people in my own country. We were inspired by some famous American women, like Susan B. Anthony, Rosa Parks, Rachel Carson, Marsha Johnson, who changed forever the way we view the world and the world around us. And inspired by the civil rights movement here in America, people in Northern Ireland, for example, demanded equal rights and equal opportunities too. And they sang the same songs, "We Shall Overcome," and indeed they did. And we know that as you work to make America great again, that won't mean forgetting or losing sight of all of those things that have made America great already. People around the world have been inspired by America and have traveled to come here and to make it their home. And people came, including millions from Ireland, who were among the hands that helped to build America. Some made the opposite journey and still do. And when Americans come to Ireland, we greet them as brothers and sisters. Mr. President, I believe that our history is shared and our future is intertwined. So I believe that future generations of our citizens should have the same opportunity to enrich each other's societies as past generations did. No nation at the moment with as many ties as Ireland has to the United States has so few pathways to legal immigration. And I know we've talked about this on a few occasions, and when we've talked about it, we've found agreement. And I want to thank you and also Congress for your support for the new E3 visa program, which will allow a limited number of Irish people to come here annually. Mr. President, 100 years since independence, Ireland has taken her place among the nations of the world. We're a proud member of the United Nations, acting as a force for good around the world. We're secure in our place in the European Union, the common European home which we helped to build. And we're a gateway to the Atlantic, and I hope a bridge between Europe and America. And at this point in our history, we're very keen to deepen the economic ties between our two countries. Decades of investment by US firms in Ireland have helped to transform Ireland from one of the least developed countries in Europe to what is now one of the most prosperous. And we thank America, and we thank you for that, and we'll never forget the role of America in making our economic transformation possible. Today, however, our economic relationship is very much a two-way street. almost 100,000 Americans in 50 states are now employed in Irish-owned companies, and there are more jobs to come. 119 Irish firms have invested here since you took office, and investment by Irish companies in the US has trebled in recent years. We have a trade surplus in goods and merchandise, but that's balanced by a trade surplus in services. So jobs and trade and investment are going in both directions, and free trade and free enterprise are making everyone better off in the round. And I'd like to keep it that way. President Lincoln once said, "The past is the cause of the present, and the present will be the cause of the future." All these are links in the endless chain, stretching from the finite to the infinite. And Mr. President, I believe that Ireland is part of that endless chain. We're really proud of our links to this great country. We want them to continue, and we want to strengthen and deepen them in the years ahead. And so, Mr. President, in the spirit of our long shared friendship, it gives me very great pleasure to present to you with the 2019 Shamrock Bowl. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Come on, Michael. Come on, Larry. I'll put this down over here.
All right, everybody, you're going to see me on camera for like 30 seconds while we wait to come back here.
I mean, it's not like a pressing thing. I wouldn't worry about it until you go to police.
Well, what I can do, I can give you a new one, set you up tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday we can do it.
No, Monday is too many hours. Wednesday.
Okay.
Welcome back to News Now, everyone. Again, my name is Pilar Arias. There have been news conferences all morning across the U.S. in response to the New Zealand mosque attack. We are hearing that it happened, or it was a result of, an immigrant-hating white nationalist who killed at least 49 people as they gathered for Friday prayers. So let's head to Dallas, Fort Worth area, where they held a news conference in response to what happened.
Good morning. I am Major Sharice Hadnot, and I'm the division commander here at North Central Patrol Division. On behalf of the Dallas Police Department, I would like to first express our most heartfelt, condolences to those that are mourning and those that were impacted, in New Zealand, those that are impacted here in the Dallas area. As a police department, on hearing the news of what happened on yesterday, we have definitely informed and directed our officers to high visibility and high alert in our Muslim communities. And I want to let the Muslim community know that the Dallas Police Department put your safety as a most high priority for us in all of our communities, all of our faith-based communities that have been targeted in the last few months and in the last couple of years that have been targeted. I would like to express that we are most concerned about your safety and that we are doing everything that we can do with increased patrol, increased high visibility to ensure your safety. And I want the community to know that if you have any concerns or if you have any questions or if you see anything suspicious or you have anything you want to let us know about, please reach out to us. We are a part of this community, and we want you to know we are standing with you, and we are here to ensure your safety. Thank you.
Could you spell your name, please?
Yes. My first name is Sharice, S-H-A-R-I-S-E. Last name is H-A-D-N-O-T.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, and this is Lieutenant Lunt with Plano.
Good morning. My name is Micah, M-I-C-A, Lunt, L-U-N-T. I'm the Homeland Security Lieutenant for the City of Plano Police Department, Plano, Texas. On behalf of the men and women of the Plano Police Department, we express our most sincere and heartfelt sympathies to all the victims in New Zealand, and specifically everyone of the Muslim faith who is mourning perhaps people that they knew but are psychologically traumatized by the hate-filled act that occurred there. As was mentioned earlier, this kind of violence is not something that's unique to the Muslim community. It has spanned really every kind of group that seeks to express their religious views, and every person deserves the opportunity to express their religious beliefs in peace and without fear of harm. And that's something that we at the Plano Police Department take very seriously. This morning, our patrol officers, all just like in Dallas and like many of our surrounding police agencies, were directed to provide extra patrols at all of our mosques. In the city of Plano, we have a very strong relationship with all members of our faith-based community. Text messages, phone calls, and other correspondence today with many of our Muslim leaders in our community. We provide civilian response to active shooter events training. We provide site security assessments for all of our faith-based partners, and we'll maintain that strong partnership to ensure that everyone in our community is able to exercise their religious freedoms without fear and without fear of being harmed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can take up to 3 questions if you have any questions that you may direct to any particular person, or you could ask a general question and one of us will respond.
I'm not sure who to pitch this to, but what goes through your mind when you say, here we go again? You guys have already, the faiths all across North Texas have had to beef up security. They had to do things we never thought imaginable on that level when you talk about someone exercising the freedom of religion. Who can address what goes through your mind when you see, here we go again, and this incident points right back to America?
I would just say.
Just have a seat.
Yeah. I will say that for us as a local congregation and across many of our congregations, just that having to have armed police officers or security officers on our property on a regular basis is a huge shift from where just a few years ago many of us were even contemplating. But we also have to deal with the realities of keeping our people safe and ensuring that whilst we have large numbers of people on our property, that they are safe. But at the same time, we also have to address some of the fundamental reasons that we have to do this in the first place. And people of faith are not immune to those. We get our people for maybe an hour or two on a Sunday, but they are in the world for the rest of the week. And so it's important for us to address those issues from our pulpits. Sometimes we're accused of being too political. We don't want to be party political, but we live in a political world, and the one we follow was a political person. So we have to address those issues. I would much rather spend most of my time talking about how we're called to love one another, but we also have to talk about the real issues that our people face in the world 24/7, bigotry and hatred that finds its way in. We get an hour to try to right some of that stuff, hopefully every week, if they show up. And so we keep our people safe. We do absolutely everything we can do, and we call our people to understand where this internalized hatred is coming from, and try to right that in a way that we can then make the world a better place.
Thank you. I think there is a sense of, hearing from all of you and just across society, a sense of despair. The idea of what do you do? That idea of yet again, as leaders of the faith community, any of you can speak to this. What's your advice to the individual that you can do in this moment where you are to combat that feeling so you don't feel powerless?
Just on a personal level, today I'm having to juggle the idea of the press conference with the Friday sermon that I have to go give right now, where I have to address particularly my community on how they process this, and then an interfaith gathering tonight where we talk about what solidarity looks like, and in between just answer text messages from a bunch of really confused people and really hurt people. And I can tell you that a lot of times we don't have time to process this stuff until after it happens, and that's become the norm. Neil mentioned having an hour. Sometimes we don't even have an hour. The despair is real. We have to confront it. And, though today I want to give my community a message of resilience, I also want to tell them that it's okay to grieve. And I think that maybe sometimes we're asking too much of people. We're asking them to get over it too quickly. I really don't want to say anything today. I want to grieve. And so I think that what will make us stronger is when we show up for each other when we're grieving, so that the person who's in grief doesn't have to say anything. They don't have to express anything. They can just be in grief. And that the forces that are hell-bent on dividing us and sending messages and terrorizing far more than a small group of people that they're shooting bullets at, that they are counting on us to get too tired to come to these press conferences anymore, to fall in so much despair that we don't show solidarity anymore, and on our inability to organize around issues that we do care about, and around forming a society that we do want to see. So they're counting on our fatigue. And I am tired, and we are tired, and there are too many of these vigils, and there are too many of these solidarity gatherings. And I can't look anyone in the eye right now and say with any form of confidence that another mosque is not going to be attacked within a month or two, because we've had hundreds of mosques. I mean, we don't have that many mosques in the U.S. Only, around 2,000 or so mosques, and over 100 that have been targeted and attacked. You think about the percentage of that. That's insane. And that's from the ACLU statistics. If you look up mosque attacks, particularly in the last couple of years. Here in Texas, it's worse than anywhere else in the country. In Texas alone, we're in that category of mosques that have had over 11 mosque attacks in one state. So we're facing arsons and bombings, and I mean it's just become so insane that we don't know how to catch up anymore. But what we do know is that people are counting on us to stop. They're not going to stop. And Neil said that people accuse us of being too political. Don't politicize tragedy. The tragedy is political. There's a reason why these manifestos are citing our president. So the tragedy is political. What are we going to do about that? How are we going to deal with it? And so I think we need to really take this anxiety and organize it into action. We say that every time. Do we fail sometimes at actually getting people together to do that? Yes, we do. We do. We promise ourselves every time we need to move beyond the moment. But I felt an enormous sense of guilt that some of the rabbis and Jewish loved ones that sent me messages today, that I hadn't messaged them since Tree of Life, and I took that as a challenge to myself, that we can't wait. And though it's a short span of time, we can't wait until the next tragedy. So we've got to figure out how to organize between the tragedies, because the tragedies will increase, so the time spans between the tragedies will get shorter. So we just have to dedicate ourselves that much more. But yeah, today it's just grief, and it's, you know, unfortunately, that Facebook Live video that he did, he intended to traumatize and to terrorize a lot more than the Muslims that he killed, and he succeeded in doing so. Because sadly, a lot of young Muslim kids have watched that video and are really
We'll take one more question.
I guess you have to think that some of this stems from, especially I feel like with Islam, a lot of people's misunderstanding of the religion, unknown of the religion, fear of the religion. So for the folks that maybe just don't really know a whole lot about Islam, or that have questions, concerns me, what message would you want to send to them, especially after a day like today?
In times like these, Muslims should not be the ones who are always having to defend their own religion.
Yes.
Those of us who are Christians and Jews and others need to stand in solidarity with them and say that we do not believe that this violence is being inspired by one religion, either because of the terrorism that comes from an extremist group of that religion, or the reaction to it from another group. The fact is, human evil exists in every heart, and in every religion. We are vulnerable to that for people who distort and misunderstand their own religion. Today, we Christians have to look deep within ourselves and not just say about this particular person that he's not really one of us. Instead, what we need to do is ask, how have we harbored and nurtured ideas in our own spirit that have to be confronted? And every one of our religions needs to take a careful look at itself during this time and realize that when we look at someone else, regardless of their religion, regardless of where they come from, regardless of what they look like, we have to be able to learn to see a child of God. And not just claim that we are children of God and someone else is not. So it's important for us to defend and stand with people of other faiths, and especially those who are most harmed in the given moment. Dr. King said that what affects one directly affects all indirectly, because we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality. And we have to learn that truth. This is not just about Muslims. This is about all of us. And it's time for us to acknowledge it and take responsibility for it.
Thank you. If you have a question for any individual speaker today, you can, on a one-on-one basis, you can ask them. But this is the end of the press conference. Thank you so much for showing up today. Thank you.
Welcome back to News Now, everybody. We are taking a live look at the big board. Dow Jones Industrial, much more green than red today. It's like they happen to know that St. Patrick's Day is on Sunday. Almost at that 26,000 mark. So we're keeping a very, very close eye on the stock markets. A lot of people might think today is a good day to check the 401k. We are going to take you out to Camelback Mountain, and that's because our very own Rick Davis is on the scene of a mountain rescue, technical rescue they call it. Rick, can you hear me? And what can you tell us?
Yeah, Pilar, I hear you fine. Yeah, so Phoenix Fire Department, along with other agencies, are trying to rescue a man, they say in his 50s, that fell almost at the top of Echo Canyon, which is part of Camelback Mountain. Phoenix Firebird helicopter just left with a technical rescue team, and they are on the mountain now trying to get that person down. I could tell you that on my way into this area on Invergordon, there were just tons and tons of cars parked. There are a lot of people out hiking today, maybe because of the spring break time, but there are a lot of people on that mountain right now.
Rick, if you wouldn't mind telling me, what is the weather like out there? I haven't been outside since this morning. Is it nice and sunny and warm, perfect time for hiking, or?
Well, the weather is nice and sunny, a little breezy. I'm not sure where the winds are at, but it's a little breezy, but a good day for a hike. Visibility, obviously, with the wind blowing all the stuff out of the air. If you're up on that mountain, you could probably look and see all over the valley once you get up to the top. So a perfect day for hiking.
All right, and just to repeat what Rick just let us know, technical rescue teams are at Camelback Mountain. Reports are a 59-year-old man suffered a fall on Echo Canyon Trail. He is awake and alert, but suffered an injury to his head and hands. Firefighters there making their way up the trail, and they will need to fly the hiker off the mountain. Matter of fact, we had the helicopter just moments ago. So Rick Davis is live at the scene. We will keep a very, very close eye on that. So thanks very much, Rick. All right, we are going on to other news now. We're going to look at the big board one more time here really quickly, take a look at how stocks are doing. And we've been talking about all these climate protests and movements happening worldwide, essentially. So we're going to take you to our nation's capital to watch this one from earlier this morning.
And that is simply something I choose not to accept. But we are accepting the global warming and extreme weather that we are witnessing today. We are accepting flooding, fires, snowstorms. You accept when you remain silent. Ignorance isn't bliss. It is death. It is a crime against our future. Look at our oceans. We swim in plastic. Feel our air. It chokes us with pollution. Lives have been lost. Is this normal? No! 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 Are you okay with that? No! This is just the beginning. We strike today to ask you to save our tomorrow. Our politicians who continue to call climate change a hoax, their privilege can't save them from the death of our planet. They may not be around, but I will, you will, and their children will. We deserve a land that isn't poisoned by their inaction. Remember, we will live with the consequences, and it is our right to decide how we will live. Together, we will take back our earth, because I want to enjoy life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Are you all excited to be here? My name is Alyssa Weissman, born and raised here in D.C. First, I would like to thank you all for coming out. It is amazing to see so many young lives that are committed to making a change. We are the next generation of voters. last generation with the chance to reverse the effects of climate change. We have no choice but to be the generation that creates change. The U.S. is one of the world's leading contributors to climate change, yet we have experienced it the least. We watched as Delhi and Shanghai's air became unbreathable, as many countries reached crisis levels of hunger, and as 1/3 of Earth's land became too infertile to grow our food. Countless lives have already been lost. Countless species are going extinct, and our parents and grandparents have done nothing about it. Politicians for decades have preached personal responsibility and talked about their obligations to future generations. Yet, all they have done is cut taxes for the rich, slashed environmental protections, and blocked action on climate change. What could be worse for our future generations? Nothing. The rest of the world is suffering, but because it has not been happening on our own land, we have chosen to stay quiet. But it becomes very clear with the California fires, the hurricanes down south, and the sunny day flooding all along the eastern shoreboard that we will be the next victims. It is time for us to stop watching. It is time for us to fight back. We are the generation that will lead international action. Thank you.
We are continuing to monitor the mountain rescue that Rick Davis is live at the scene of, but we don't have a whole lot of time left together on this Friday edition of News Now, so we're going to end things a little bit on the lighter side. 3 new Expedition 59 crew members launched aboard a Soyuz to the International Space Station, where they'll live and work for the next 6.5 months. NASA provided us this pretty cool video.
Launch command has been issued. Second umbilical tower separated. Booster ignition.
Engine turbo pumps at flight speed. Engines at maximum thrust, lift off.
And lift off. We have liftoff of Nick Hague, Christina Koch, and Alexei Ovchinin, now on their way to the International Space Station.
10 seconds, the parameters are nominal. This is Berlin 1, everything's
Good first stage performance so far. The Soyuz delivering 930,000 pounds of thrust from its 4 boosters and single engine. The first stage of the Soyuz measures 68 feet in length, 24 feet in diameter, burning liquid fuel for the first 2 minutes, 6 seconds of the flight.
Everything is nominal on board. The crew is feeling great. Seconds, the vehicle is stable. Copy all. This is Berlock 1. Everything is nominal on board. The crew is feeling very well.
One minute into the flight, everything looking good so far. The vehicle itself is now traveling at more than 1,000 miles per hour.
Is a nominal. Copy all. This is Berlock 1. Everything is nominal on board. The crew is feeling well.
As we lose sight of the vehicle transitioning to an animation, everything looking good so far. This first stage with the 4 strap-on boosters will continue to burn until 1 minute 58 seconds.
80 seconds. Everything is nominal. Copy all. The crew is feeling great. Everything is nominal on board.
Good reports to the crew. About 10 more seconds of this first stage.
Thermal control system parameters are nominal. Copy all. Everything is nominal on board. The crew is feeling well.
Good call that the escape tower has been jettisoned. On time, the 4 booster separations have been confirmed. That core stage continuing on as the second stage. The launch shroud will be jettisoned at 2 minutes 37 seconds into the flight.
On board, the crew is feeling great.
Soyuz vehicle traveling well over 3,000 miles per hour.
140 seconds. The launch vehicle parameters are nominal. Copy all. Everything is nominal on board.
Good core stage performance. The launch shroud has been jettisoned. The rocket is now at 48 miles high.
The Display 5 control descent display has been activated, illuminated. Copy all. 180 seconds. The vehicle is stable.
Oh, those International Space Station launch videos are always very, very cool to watch. Well, it's St. Patrick's Day weekend. The weather is supposed to be pretty nice here in the Phoenix area, but lots of people likely going to be hitting the movies. So we got Michael Dixon to tell us what we can look forward to.
So there's a whole lot of reasons to love Friday. Oh, yeah. This is one of them.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, directly from Las Vegas, the Blue Girl Group.
Oh, yes.
Is here today. Anyway, it's wonderful.
Does that mean we have to be like mimes and not talk?
That's right.
I don't know if we can get past 30 seconds to do that.
Well,
Michael
let's
Dixon,
talk.
welcome.
Well, thank you. Let's talk about what's out there today. Let's talk about the first movie, the science fiction movie that wasn't screened for anybody. It's called Captive State. There is no audience reaction on the tomato meter because no audiences saw this before it opened. But let me tell you about it. It stars good cast, John Goodman, Vera Farmiga, and Ashton Saunders. And the film is set in dystopian Chicago. It's about 9 years into the rule of aliens on the earth. Fierce creatures, awful. The governments, the entire world of governments have cooperated with the aliens, but there is a resistance movement. That is the substance of the plot. John Goodman looks like he's working for both sides. You're never really sure. That's interesting. But Captive State, although it has its moments, really doesn't connect with me anyway, and maybe not with you either. We don't care about the people, and that's the biggest problem. We don't have anybody to root for. The players in the cast get kind of fuzzy when it comes to, well, who are they? Which ones are doing what? Everybody looks alike. The young people do anyway. So I just had a bad feeling. I walked out of it not liking it very much. And the young man in front of me looked like he was about 28, 29. I said, boy, that's a great movie. So there you are. 67% of critics liked it. Variety called it an audacious and suspenseful thriller. I say it has promise and purpose, but misses the mark. Okay. All right. But you might like it. Something for families and who have kids like 5 up to 9 years old, which is you're always looking for something that doesn't have rude humor and that sort of thing. Well, this is one. But after 9 or 10 years old, you're going to lose the kids in this. It's just too cute, too fancy, has too much fantasy in it. But I liked it. I thought it was great. It was fun for the kids. I just had a good time. It's just a little bit over the top in terms of cuteness. Good voice cast, though. Jennifer Garner, Matthew Broderick, Mila Kunis, John Oliver. There is a dark side, which I thought was unnecessary. There's a sad twist to the story where the little girl's mother goes to the hospital. We think she's going to die or something. No. Yeah, and there's no reason for that to be in the plot. Anyway, she has imagined this huge fantasy park called Wonder Park, and we spend the entire movie in it. I think it's worth seeing, especially if you have young ones. Best film of the week, Gloria Bell. If you're a Julianne Moore fan, this is the movie for you. It's a romantic comedy. Moore plays a woman who has a pretty straight job during the day and then goes out to clubs at night. She has a great time. She goes dancing, and it goes very well. One of her nights, she meets John Turturro. Now, here are two master actors, really at the top of their craft, and it's wonderful. She's divorced, has a grown son. He has kids too. Listen, the script is well written. They connect. They have problems, but it is a romance. It's the best film of the week, and as I say, if you like it, this is really high on everybody's list, in the 90s for critics that have seen it around the country.
We spoke with her this morning,
Julianne Moore.
What a sweet treat. She was so well-spoken and just very much so elegant.
Yeah. She has photographic memory. If they make changes to the script on the set, she looks at it, says, okay, and she goes up and she's able to do it.
Well, she's lovely, and they called her exquisite in this as well.
Yeah.
So.
And you know what the great thing about this movie too is that she says it's about a woman in her 50s, and that's young.
Yes,
that's young.
It is.
And she goes out on her own and she dances. Like, how about that? On her own, she's like, forget this. I don't need friends and I don't need a man. I'm just going to go out and have fun.
Yes, exactly.
That's great.
Oh, she has a wonderful time. Anyway,
So a lot to choose from, anyways.
A lot to choose from, and you know, if you just have, if you want to go on a matinee, go and see Captive State. I just found that it was unfocused, and I like it's a little bit more focus to the film that way. But not a bad week for movies, for families, right? For romantic comedies, and then for sci-fi.
Happy St. Patty's Day too. Nice.
Thank you.
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, everybody, we are going to end the show with a live look at the White House, and that is because we are getting word that President Donald Trump is poised to sign the first veto of his presidency after a dozen defecting Republicans joined Senate Democrats to block the national emergency he declared in an effort to circumvent Congress to fund his long-stalled southern border wall. The rejection capped a week of confrontation with the White House as both parties in Congress strained to exert their power in new ways. The bill was hand-delivered to the White House around 5:30 last night, and President Trump made it clear how he planned to respond, tweeting the word veto in all caps just moments after the vote. White House spokeswoman Mercedes Schlapp would not say when the veto would happen, but told reporters today that President Trump is, quote, doing what he believes is his constitutional duty, which is to protect the American people, end quote. She also said the president was incredibly disappointed with Republicans who voted for the measure. The 59-41 tally yesterday and the Senate's vote a day earlier to end U.S. involvement in the war in Yemen promised to force President Trump into the first vetoes of his presidency as he faces a now divided Congress. The House is planning a vote to override the expected veto on the national emergency, which is likely to occur on March 26, so 9 days from now. actually 11 days from now, following next week's recess, but it is unlikely that Congress will have the votes to override it. 2 years into the Trump era, a dozen Republicans pushed along by Democrats showed a willingness to take the political risk of defecting. The 12 GOP senators, including the party's 2012 presidential nominee Mitt Romney of Utah, joined the dissent over the emergency declaration order that would enable the president to seize for the wall billions of dollars Congress intended to spend elsewhere. So that veto is supposed to happen at 12:30 Arizona time. Please come on over to News Now, the stream going all the way until 4 this afternoon, and you can watch it there. We're going to return to that live. Mountain Rescue, Camelback Mountain, Sky Fox over the scene to wrap up the show. So again, happy Friday, everybody. Please be safe out there. If you're going to go hiking, have a great weekend. Have a great St. Patrick's Day, and we will see you again on Monday. So take care.
landing zone that we use here in Paradise Valley. That the neighbors here are awesome. They cooperate with us. It's very important for us to have this landing zone right here. I'm sorry, so we're talking about, so the gentleman suffered a fall 30 feet from the top. We needed to get him down to a safe landing zone. We call it the 3/4 landing zone. Packaged him up, caterpillared him down with our technical rescue teams, inserted him into the helicopter, flew him off. Word is he is stable, did suffer a head and neck injury. We're going to transport him to Scottsdale Osborne Trauma Center right now for him to be evaluated and treated at the hospital.
Let's talk about the spring break. A lot of people want to be outside. Talk about what they should do if they're going to come and hike.
It's great weather right now. We know that these mountains are going to be crowded. This is perfect hiking weather, spring training. Everybody's in town. Please make sure you know the trail. Make sure you have the right proper footing, that you've got water, you've got your cell phones. And here's the number one thing. You don't have to go to the top. We find a lot of people overexert themselves. They get all the way to the top of the mountain. They probably should have went halfway and turned around. You don't have to be a hero. You can tell everybody you hiked on the mountain. Go to your limits, because remember, you have to come all the way back down. Word is this individual was out of town from Ohio, on their way back down, probably could have went halfway on a day like this.
Yeah. And then you guys, I mean, you turned this around quick, I mean, with the use of the helicopter and landing zones up there.
Yeah, so this is one of those situations where we've got training that's always going on in the mountains. We have our airship Firebird 10 that's in California right now getting worked on, that has the hoist. We can adapt and overcome. We've got Firebird 1 that was able to land at the 3/4, insert them in. We do this all day, every day. This is something that we excel at, but it's something that we don't want to have to do, but we're there if we need to.
Well said.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
You bet, Rick. Okay, sir, you're good.
I'm good.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Obviously, Obama didn't conform to the proposed policy rulemaking for DACA, and look how well that turned out. I mean, right now there's so many kids, our peers, that literally are in a state of limbo. So, what plans do you have to do that?
So
it's specific to DACA.
Yeah,
yes. To make it a little easier.
We're talking about the Dreamers again, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, President Obama's executive order, President Trump's attempt to rescind that, and the fact that it's in limbo in the courts, as now are the lives of more than 1 million of our fellow Americans as they await this decision, wondering whether they should begin to pack their bags and go to a country they've never really known, whose language they do not speak, where they no longer have family, where if they are successful against those long odds, they'll be successful there and not here. So I mentioned that I want to legalize their presence in the U.S. fully, make them U.S. citizens. So I'm not talking about an eventual 10-year, 20-year path to citizenship. They are already functionally in every way that matters Americans. That is not something that a president can decree, as you know. So it requires leadership that can build consensus, that can walk and work across party lines to bring people together to get this done. You described how it's precarious to issue another executive order on this, given the fact that we don't know the outcome of this one. So specific to DACA and Dreamers, that's what I would do.
Through Congress.
Through Congress, yeah. Ultimately, and even President Obama said this, ultimately you will need legislation to make this right. But the larger picture is, and I think every Dreamer I've met would agree with me, that their parents, the original Dreamers, who made the god-awful decision to leave their family, their comfort, their home, their community, their language, their culture, to be strangers in a strange land for the benefit of their kids, but because also they were called to this place, they cannot be left behind as well. And they must also be able to stay here legally. They must also be ultimately on a path to citizenship. So specific to DACA, to Dreamers, and to Dreamers' parents, those are some specific steps I would like to take. Thank you for asking the question. So we have time for, Cynthia says one more? Okay. Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Well, first of all, thank you for coming. It means a lot to Iowans. I think everybody would agree that you guys come and talk to us and the access we have. And I guess I just wanted to say that I felt kind of embarrassed when some of the Democratic candidates they really piled on with the Jussie Smollett case, where they were condemning and they just jumped on, they piled on and said, oh, this is terrible. And then when we all found out it was fake, then all the candidates are just like, well, maybe we know we need to check the facts. And I just didn't know if you also shared a little bit in that embarrassment, because that was kind of sad. And then what would you say to the teenager, because you seem like such a positive candidate, what would you say to the teenager that walks around and maybe fears for their safety because they're wearing a hat that says Make America Great Again?
So to answer your specific question, no, I didn't comment on that attack or the case that has followed, which may have turned out to be a planned or staged attack. I just didn't comment, and I don't want to comment on others who did. I think they have to be able to answer your questions to you. And I think you're asking a really, really important question, and that is there ever any place for political violence in this country? The answer is no. The genius of America is that you and I can vigorously disagree, but we won't violently disagree. At the end of the day, we'll get on the same page and we'll continue to move forward. We lose that, and we lose the last best hope of this earth, because I really feel this so strongly. It's why I'm running this race. The only way that we're going to meet the challenges, especially the existential ones like climate change, is if we find a way to all pull together. The only mechanism that humankind has devised to do that is a democracy. As Churchill said, and I'm paraphrasing, it's slow, it's frustrating, and yet it's the best thing going. So let's make the most of this democracy. Let's not demean, vilify, look down upon anyone based on who they voted for or who they support. Let's make our case for what we want to do, bring this country together, and get after it and get it done. So thank you for the question. Robin has asked me to say a word about voter suppression. So I'd like to share with you briefly our perspective in Texas, which until 2018 ranked as the 50th state when it came to voter turnout. There are only 50 states in the union, by the way. And why is that? Do we Texans like our democracy any less than you do here in Iowa? Absolutely not. This was by design and on purpose. Those in power in our state legislature drew people out of a congressional district, therefore a reason to vote, therefore their democracy solely based on the color of their skin. Do not take my word for it. The courts 4 times in 2017 alone found that to be the case and mandated that Texas redraw those boundaries and not make race a factor in that consideration. While we need a new Voting Rights Act in this country, while we need to be vigilant against other efforts to suppress vote, like voter ID laws, which are every bit as racist as the racist gerrymandering that we see in Texas, we also need to do what we can where we are at this moment, and that is to transcend some of those obstacles and barriers, and we were able to do that together. Not I, not the Democratic Party, we the people of Texas. We saw young voter turnout up 500% from 2014. We saw record turnout level almost eclipsing a presidential year in a state that had for so long been consigned into the red column, had been left behind, was taken for granted. No candidate ever came out there and participated. And that's because some counties so red that Democrats fear to tread, and so Republicans don't have to show up and compete. Some places so blue that there's not really an election in November. We went to every single one of those places, all 254 counties. That's how we, through our campaign, tried to defeat suppression and bring out people. Now, once we have the opportunity, as the leader of this country, bringing this country together, we need to make sure that that is guaranteed by law for every American. When we do that, the true genius of this country and our democracy will be called forth to defeat the challenges that we face and make the most of our opportunities. Thanks again.
It looks like any moment now, everyone, we might have tape playback of President Donald Trump's first veto in office. It's in regards to that national emergency declaration.
Thank you very much. Earlier today, I spoke with Prime Minister Ardern of New Zealand to express the sorrow of our entire nation following the monstrous terror attacks at 2 mosques. These sacred places of worship were turned into scenes of evil killing. You've all been seeing what went on. It's a horrible, horrible thing. I told the Prime Minister that the United States is with them all the way, 100%, whatever they need. We will be there. New Zealand has been a great friend and partner for many years. Our relationship has never been better. And what they're going through is absolutely terrible. So our hearts are with them and whatever we can do. We're grateful to be joined today by the Vice President. Thank you very much, Mike, for being here. Members of my cabinet, devoted public servants, and angel parents, very important people to me and to a lot of other people. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you. We've gone through a lot. As we take action to restore our national sovereignty and defend this nation from criminal cartels, human traffickers, and drug smugglers, crime of all kinds coming through our southern border and other places, but this is the place. This is the place we have the biggest problem by far. And I want to also compliment the incredible people at Border Patrol and ICE and law enforcement for the job they've done. They've apprehended so many thousands and thousands of people that if we had the proper protection, we wouldn't even have to apprehend. They wouldn't be coming in. As president, the protection of the nation is my highest duty. Yesterday, Congress passed a dangerous resolution that, if signed into law, would put countless Americans in danger, very grave danger. The Democrat-sponsored resolution would terminate vital border security operations by revoking the national emergency issued last month. It is definitely a national emergency. Rarely have we had such a national emergency. Therefore, to defend the safety and security of all Americans, I will be signing and issuing a formal veto of this reckless resolution, and that's what it was. And I have to, in particular, thank the Republican, strong, wonderful people, the Republican senators that were on our side and on the side of border security and on the side of doing what they have to keep our nation safe. They were very courageous yesterday, and I appreciate that very much. Congress's vote to deny the crisis on the southern border is a vote against reality. It's against reality. It is a tremendous national emergency. It is a tremendous crisis. Last month, more than 76,000 illegal migrants arrived at our border. We're on track for 1 million illegal aliens to rush our borders. People hate the word invasion, but that's what it is. It's an invasion of drugs and criminals and people. We have no idea who they are, but we capture them because border security is so good. But they're put in a very bad position, and we're bursting at the seams, literally bursting at the seams. What Border Patrol is able to do is incredible. I also, by the way, want to thank our military, because our military has been very much involved, as you know. And they're putting up walls, in some cases temporary. In some cases, they were supposed to be temporary. They're so good that they're better than the permanent, so we're leaving them. We've really nowhere left to hold all of the people that we're capturing. And we're at a point where we're just going to have to say, with these horrible decisions that we've been handed by people that aren't living in reality, that there's nothing we can do. There's absolutely nothing we can do. We're bursting at the seams. You can only do so much. And the only option then is to release them. But we can't do that either, because when you release them, they come into our society. And in many cases, they're stone-cold criminals. And in many cases, and in some cases, you have killers coming in and murderers coming in, and we're not going to allow that to happen. Just not going to allow it to happen. There has been nearly 2,000% increase in border-related asylum claims over the last decade. Part of the reason is because our country is doing so well economically that people are coming up in droves. The vast majority are rejected, but smuggling organizations making a tremendous amount of money, like they've never made before, are using these people to crash the system. Our immigration system is stretched beyond the breaking point. And as I said, nothing much we can do. We can just do our job and do it well. But there's a point at which, if the Democrats would get in, would be able to make a deal. Literally in 15 minutes, we could make a deal on changing catch and release, changing the horrible asylum laws that are so unfair, changing visa lottery, chain migration. These laws are just horrendous. I won't explain them, but everybody standing behind me knows exactly what they are. They're dangerous for our country, and they're inspired by Democrats who have to change. 1 in 3 migrant women is sexually assaulted on the journey north. The border crisis is driving the drug crisis. 70,000 Americans a year are killed by drugs, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. And the 70,000 people is a number that's so low that it probably shouldn't even be used anymore. The mass incursion of illegal aliens, deadly drugs, dangerous weapons, and criminal gang members across our borders has to end. We are bringing out thousands and thousands a year of MS-13 gang members and other gang members that are just as bad, where they come into our country, they're able to skirt the border, come through areas where we don't have proper wall, where we don't have any wall at all. And they get into the country and they do a lot of damage in many cases, but we get them out by the thousands and we bring them back or we incarcerate them. The national emergency I declared last month was authorized by Congress under the 1976 National Emergencies Act. And there haven't been too many that are a bigger emergency than we have right at our own border. Consistent with the law and the legislative process designed by our founders, today I am vetoing this resolution. Congress has the freedom to pass this resolution, and I have the duty to veto it, and I'm very proud to veto it. And I'm very proud, as I said, of a lot of Republican senators that were with me. And I'm also very proud of the House. The Republicans in the House voted overwhelmingly in favor of a secure border. Since 1976, presidents have declared 59 national emergencies. They often involve protecting foreign citizens in far-off lands. Yet Congress has not terminated any of them. Every single one of them is still in existence. And yet we don't worry about our land, we worry about other people's lands. That's why I say America first, if that's okay, America first. The only emergency Congress voted to revoke was the one to protect our own country. So think of that. With all of the national emergencies, this was the one they don't want to do. And this is the one perhaps they should most do. We're joined today by many brave law enforcement officers, including sheriffs and just people that have been just tremendous backers of law and order, which we have to have. We're also joined by friends of mine, Marianne Mendoza, Kent Terry, Laura Wilkerson, Sabine Durden, and Steve Ronbeck. And I'm going to ask Steve to say a few words, and I'm going to ask some of the folks behind me to say also a few words as to the importance of what we're doing. There's nothing more important. As I said, I was elected on by a very, very great group of American people, millions and millions of people, because they want security for our country, and that's what we're going to have. I'd like to ask Secretary Nielsen to say a few words, and then Attorney General Bill Barr, and then I'd like to go to some of the folks behind me, and perhaps you'd have something to say, and then we're going to sign something that's going to give us safety at our border. Secretary?
Sir, I just want to thank you and the Vice President for your leadership and your constant support of the brave men and women, not only represented behind you on the very front lines of our country, but of CBP and ICE. The fact that this is an emergency is undeniable. We have not seen this type of flow. As you know, it's predominantly families and children, which means that there's a very unique and dangerous humanitarian crisis at hand, in addition to the security that you just described in your remarks. So we have a duty to know who comes in our country, and we have a duty to ensure that the flow is safe and orderly. That's what you've attempted to do. That's what you've demanded that Congress do. And I just, again, ask Congress to please pay attention. We've given you the facts. The system is breaking. Security is risk, and the very humanitarian protections that we hold dear in this country are at risk in terms of our ability to provide those to vulnerable populations. So, Mr. President, thank you always for your leadership and great support.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, your declaration of an emergency on the southern border was clearly authorized under the law and consistent with past precedent. As you said, the National Emergencies Act directly authorizes the president, gives broad discretionary authority to the president to identify and respond to emergent circumstances that require a decisive response. And the humanitarian and security crisis we have on the border right now is exactly the kind of emergency that presidents are permitted to address under the National Emergencies Act. As you alluded to yourself, in the past 40 years, there have been 59 emergencies declared. And many of these have dealt with political conditions in countries like Burundi, Sierra Leone, Belarus. The crisis that we're dealing with today is right on our doorstep, and it presents a real, clear, and present danger to the American people. So what you've done from a legal standpoint is solidly grounded in law, and from the standpoint of protecting the American people, it's imperative.
Thank you very much. That's great. Well, you'll be defending it, and you'll defend it well. I have no doubt about that. Would anybody like to say something? Why don't we start with Mike?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I don't know that I've ever been more proud to be standing next to your desk than I am today.
Thank you.
To be standing with these courageous Americans and with these extraordinary angel parents. We have a crisis on our southern border. The reality is it's not only a crisis of illegal immigration. Criminal elements are coming across our border. The flow of drugs. Now, drug overdose is the #1 cause of death for Americans under the age of 55. So the crisis on our southern border is a crisis all across this nation. Add in human trafficking and all that comes with this crisis, justified the President's declaration of a national emergency. This is affecting all of the people of the United States. And today, Mr. President, with your strong support for the men and women in law enforcement, Customs and Border Protection, Homeland Security, and with I know what is your love and your heart for these angel parents, you're keeping your word by vetoing this legislation, by finding the available resources to build the wall, address this emergency, and secure our border. And I know I speak on behalf of all gathered here, people all across this country. I say thank you for keeping your word, Mr. President.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. President, thank you so much for a very necessary veto to support public safety in this country. The sheriffs and men and women of law enforcement in this room and across this nation owe you a debt of gratitude for something that we've been waiting for decades. Our hats are off to you again, sir. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor for sheriffs to be involved in this. And it's an honor for law enforcement as we fight the drug trade every day in this country and all the things that go along in our business and our profession from an insecure border. So again, sincerely, we thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being there with me all the way.
Thank you. Mr. President, I can't thank you enough on behalf of America's sheriffs. As you all know, there are men and women in law enforcement across this country that are fighting a battle every single day. They are in the trenches. While we Americans only make up about 7% of the world's total population, about 68% of the world's total drugs are consumed here in the United States every year. This is not political propaganda. We have a dire crisis on our southwest border, and America's sheriffs stand behind the President of the United States 100%. He has had our back. He's had the Americans back, and we stand behind you solidly for what you're doing here today. This is unprecedented for a president to take this type of action. And we commend you, we applaud you, and I salute you, sir. Thank you very much. Say something, please. What you've been through.
My son was killed in 2014 by a repeat illegal alien criminal allowed to stay in this country. He was a police officer in Mesa, Arizona. And Angel families come forward to tell their stories, not because we've created a manufactured crisis, but because we want to tell the American people and share with you our heartache and let you know what is happening on our doorsteps, what's happening to your neighbors, what's happening to your fellow Americans. And there is a way to prevent this, and it's not by continually lying to you and telling you that there isn't a problem. There is a problem. It's a national emergency, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
For following
Please, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I echo the sentiments. Thank you for all the support. This has been something we're not used to for the last several years, to have this kind of support. This is what we say in Arizona is this isn't about immigration anymore. This is about drug trafficking and human trafficking into this country. If you care about human rights, you should absolutely care about border security. Human beings their rights are being violated on that border every day. And I know I speak on behalf of the Arizona Border Sheriffs that I challenge our congressmen and women and senators to come down and see firsthand what we're dealing with. See it for yourselves before you cast your vote. And you'll see that we are dealing with a crisis, and we're fighting every day alongside our federal partners, our local partners, sheriff's offices to take care of this. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Great job.
Mr. President, I've been a sheriff for 21 years, and I've been dealing with Congress for 21 years on this issue of immigration. A lot of people have listened over 21 years, but Mr. President, you are the first person who's taken action. And you have given us back our footing in law enforcement, but you've also given the American people back what they deserve, which is to be protected. And signing this today, I can't tell you how much it means to all of us in law enforcement. But importantly, Mr. President, when I hear people say, this is all manufactured, it's all this and that, no, it's not. In my county alone, one city, we have, on average, on second shift at our hospital in Bedford, Massachusetts, 15 to 20 overdoses on second shift every day. And this is going on, that's one example, it's happening all over the country. But Mr. President, you have stood up and you've taken the action. And the American people are behind you, we're behind you, and thank you and God bless you for what you're doing.
Sheriff. Thank you, man. Tom Murphy? Tom? Where's Thomas? You had a horrible ordeal that you just went through with your son.
Mr. President, I'd like to tell you and tell the public that if you don't think it can happen to you or your family, I have a quick story.
Yeah.
I've been with the state police for over 30 years, working narcotics and gang task forces and supervised those for 22 years. My son grew up with depression issues and some mental health concerns. He's self-medicated with marijuana. At 18, and his father, me, had him arrested a few times along the way. When he turned 18, he moved out the day of his birthday when he turned 18 years old because he knew Dad had rules, and one was no drugs in the house. He moved out, stayed with some friends, got a job. He had a work-related injury where he severed 4 fingers, and he was introduced to opioids. So he was battling 2 things, actually, mental illness and the opioid addiction. Afterwards, he finally came to me, and for the first time in his life, he said he needed help. We sent him to a rehab facility for only 30 days because that's what our insurance would pay for at that time. He came out of rehab. Everything was fine for approximately 3 months. The craving was too much for him. He got a hold of some heroin that was laced with fentanyl, and he died on December 13th, 2017. So I'm here to say, as far as stigma goes and narcotics, and it's not going to happen to me, it's not going to happen to my family. My father's a retired minister of 45 years. My sister is in the medical field. My brother's in law enforcement. No one even smokes in our family. No one's ever been arrested. It happened to me, it happened to our family, so it can't happen. That's how horrific and addictive this drug is. So anything you can do to help us and families like us is greatly appreciated.
He's coming through the southern border, folks, all through the southern border. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much,
Yes,
sir.
please.
This is the first real step in confronting the heroin drug crisis in this country. We're going to make real strides after this. I'm the sheriff of your home of Camp David, Frederick County.
Right.
We suffer the same problems there, and I'm convinced without what you're doing here today, every county becomes a border county. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Sheriff. So let's get this signed, right? On behalf of your great loved ones, right? Always said they will not have died in vain. Did I tell you that a long time ago? 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Right? When we first met.
Yes.
On the
4 years
campaign.
ago. Yes.
When they said, oh, Trump's not going to win. You said Trump was going to win, and I said, and they will not have died in vain, right?
That's right. You told us each time.
And that's true. I say it today with even more meaning. It's a big step. Thank you. That's a big step. We're building a lot of wall right now. It started. A lot of people are saying, "Well, gee, you took down wall and you're building new." Well, we took down wall that almost didn't exist. It was like paper, and we're replacing it with, in many cases, 30-foot bollards, and in many cases, we're replacing it with 18-foot wall. But we have many miles under construction right now, and we're going to be signing contracts over the next couple of days for literally hundreds of miles of wall. And it's being built in the right places, and it's doing the job. It's doing the job, and it's interesting. It's like a little bit like water, as we do. We did San Diego. You know, California is very interesting because they keep talking to California. We don't want wall. I see a new candidate who's in the mix. He wants to take down the walls. Try that sometime. You'll see what will happen. You'd have tens of millions of people coming in. You see, take a look at Tijuana. Take down that wall. You want to see a mess? Take down that wall. You'll see what will happen. Right now, we have thousands of people are in Tijuana trying to get in. They're not getting in. So as we build it, it gets better and better, but it gets really to a point, and they come to a point, but you can control that point. This is serious stuff. This is, we're able to do it cheaper, better. It's better wall. It's different from what you've been watching going up. We had to take the old plans. We didn't want to stop, so we took the old plans. We didn't like it. This wall is a beautiful looking structure. It's much stronger, and you can build it faster and cheaper. Other than that, what can I say, right? It's going to be great, and it's going to have a tremendous impact. And on top of that, I have to thank the Secretary and all the people that have worked so hard, because what you do on the Border Patrol, what you do, what those patrol agents and what the ICE folks do, and taking people out of the country that nobody wants to talk to. Even some of the sheriffs say, you know, if you can get ICE to do it, you don't mind if they do it, right, Sheriff? As tough as you are. These are tough people, and they're great people. These are people that the ICE folks that take such abuse from Democrats and some others, they love our country as much as anybody loves our country. So we're building a lot of wall, and we're taking good care of our people, and we're doing, at point of entry, a tremendous amount of work. We're already in contract to buy, they make pretty incredible new equipment for drug detection, where you can find out what's in the wheel of a car, where it is, where it's in the engine, where it's in the hubcaps. I mean, we have some incredible stuff. Plus, we have also, we're getting dogs, more dogs, believe it or not. I still say, is that still true? There's nothing replaces a good dog. Is that right? I'm buying this equipment for very expensive, but we haven't been able, it's true, we haven't been able to match the dog. I've seen out at Secret Service where they showed me the dogs, certain types of German Shepherd, very specific types of dog. But what they do is they'll run by 15 boxes, all empty, except one. And they'll be very, very strongly sealed boxes. And they'll come running full speed and stop like on a dime. They know the drugs are in that box. It's the most incredible thing. So we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on equipment, but I will say this, it's not as good as the dogs. But as you know, we're getting you, so you can have the best equipment, but we're getting a lot of dogs for the various entry points also. So with that, I just want to thank everybody for being here. In particular, I want to thank you folks because you have been, and please say hello to all of your friends that have been with us really from day one. What you've gone through is unthinkable, and I appreciate it. And you're strong people. You're strong and you're proud, and your kids are, looking down on you right now, and they're very proud of their moms and their dads. You know that, right? They're very proud. Thank you very much. And again, to those Republican senators that did what they had to do yesterday, I want to thank them. They're very special friends and very special people. And they want to see borders that are strong, where we don't allow drugs and crime and all of the problems coming into our country. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
We see today white nationalism as a rising threat around the world.
I don't really. I think it's a small group of people that have very, very serious problems. I guess if you look at what happened in New Zealand, perhaps that's a case. I don't know enough about it yet. They're just learning about the person and the people involved. But it's certainly a terrible thing. Terrible thing. Yes?
Mr. President, for some of the Republicans who voted for this resolution today, they support border security but oppose executive overreach. Do you have sympathy for their position?
I do. Look, they were doing what they have to do, and look, I put no pressure on anybody. I actually said I could have gotten some of them to come along. I said, I want you to vote your heart, do what you want to do. I'm not putting any pressure. I'll let them know when there's pressure, okay? And I told them that. So when I need your vote, I'm going to let you know. I didn't need the vote because we all knew it was going to be a veto. And they're not going to be able to override. It's going to go very quickly. And we have a great, as your Attorney General just said, the case is a very strong case, very powerful case. It was, I think, actually, national emergency was designed for a specific purpose like this. Absolutely. So we have a great case, and I think it's go very. I mean, ideally, they shouldn't even sue in this case. You want to know the truth? They shouldn't be suing on this case. But they will because they always do. We want border security. We want safety. We want no drugs. We want no human trafficking. Okay?
And just one follow-up on New Zealand. The killer in this tragic incident wrote a manifesto, apparently. Did you see that? Apparently,
I did not see it. I did not see it. But I think it's a horrible event. It's a horrible thing. I saw it early in the morning when I looked at what was happening in New Zealand. I just spoke, as you know, to the Prime Minister. I think it's a horrible, disgraceful thing and a horrible act. Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, Bill, you better take. Thank you very much. Earlier today, I spoke with Prime Minister Ardern of New Zealand to express the sorrow of our entire nation following the monstrous terror attacks at 2 mosques. These sacred places of worship were turned into scenes of evil killing. You've all been seeing what went on. It's a horrible, horrible thing. I told the Prime Minister that the United States is with them all the way. 100%. Whatever they need, we will be there. New Zealand has been a great friend and partner for many years. Our relationship has never been better. And what they're going through is absolutely terrible. So our hearts are with them and whatever we can do. We're grateful to be joined today by the Vice President. Thank you very much, Mike, for being here. Members of my cabinet, devoted public servants, and angel parents, very important people to me and to a lot of other people. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you. We've gone through a lot. As we take action to restore our national sovereignty and defend this nation from criminal cartels, human traffickers, and drug smugglers, crime of all kinds coming through our southern border and other places, but this is the place. This is the place we have the biggest problem by far. And I want to also compliment the incredible people at Border Patrol and ICE and law enforcement for the job they've done. They've apprehended so many thousands and thousands of people that if we had the proper protection, we wouldn't even have to apprehend. They wouldn't be coming in. As president, the protection of the nation is my highest duty. Yesterday, Congress passed a dangerous resolution that, if signed into law, would put countless Americans in danger, very grave danger. The Democrat-sponsored resolution would terminate vital border security operations by revoking the national emergency issued last month. It is definitely a national emergency. Rarely have we had such a national emergency. Therefore, to defend the safety and security of all Americans, I will be signing and issuing a formal veto of this reckless resolution, and that's what it was. And I have to, in particular, thank the Republican, strong, wonderful people, the Republican senators that were on our side and on the side of border security and on the side of doing what they have to keep our nation safe. They were very courageous yesterday, and I appreciate that very much. Congress's vote to deny the crisis on the southern border is a vote against reality. It's against reality. It is a tremendous national emergency. It is a tremendous crisis. Last month, more than 76,000 illegal migrants arrived at our border. We're on track for 1 million illegal aliens to rush our borders. People hate the word invasion, but that's what it is. It's an invasion of drugs and criminals and people. We have no idea who they are, but we capture them because border security is so good. But they're put in a very bad position, and we're bursting at the seams, literally bursting at the seams. What Border Patrol is able to do is incredible. I also, by the way, want to thank our military, because our military has been very much involved, as you know. And they're putting up walls, in some cases temporary, in some cases they were supposed to be temporary. They're so good that they're better than the permanent, so we're leaving them. We've really nowhere left to hold all of the people that we're capturing. And we're at a point where we're just going to have to say, with these horrible decisions that we've been handed by people that aren't living in reality, that there's nothing we can do. There's absolutely nothing we can do. We're bursting at the seams. You can only do so much. And the only option then is to release them. But we can't do that either, because when you release them, they come into our society. And in many cases, they're stone-cold criminals. And in many cases, and in some cases, you have killers coming in and murderers coming in, and we're not going to allow that to happen. Just not going to allow it to happen. There has been nearly 2,000% increase in border-related asylum claims over the last decade. Part of the reason is because our country is doing so well economically that people are coming up in droves. The vast majority are rejected, but smuggling organizations making a tremendous amount of money, like they've never made before, are using these people to crash the system. Our immigration system is stretched beyond the breaking point. And as I said, nothing much we can do. We can just do our job and do it well. But there's a point at which, if the Democrats would get in, would be able to make a deal literally in 15 minutes, we could make a deal on changing catch and release, changing the horrible asylum laws that are so unfair, changing visa lottery, chain migration. These laws are just horrendous. I won't explain them, but everybody standing behind me knows exactly what they are. They're dangerous for our country, and they're inspired by Democrats who have to change. 1 in 3 migrant women is sexually assaulted on the journey north. The border crisis is driving the drug crisis. 70,000 Americans a year are killed by drugs, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. And the 70,000 people is a number that's so low that it probably shouldn't even be used anymore. The mass incursion of illegal aliens, deadly drugs, dangerous weapons, and criminal gang members across our borders has to end. We are bringing out thousands and thousands a year of MS-13 gang members and other gang members that are just as bad, where they come into our country, they're able to skirt the border, come through areas where we don't have proper wall, where we don't have any wall at all, and they get into the country and they do a lot of damage in many cases, but we get them out by the thousands, and we bring them back or we incarcerate them. The national emergency I declared last month was authorized by Congress under the 1976 National Emergencies Act. And there haven't been too many that are a bigger emergency than we have right at our own border. Consistent with the law and the legislative process designed by our founders, today I am vetoing this resolution. Congress has the freedom to pass this resolution, and I have the duty to veto it, and I'm very proud to veto it. And I'm very proud, as I said, of a lot of Republican senators that were with me. And I'm also very proud of the House. The Republicans in the House voted overwhelmingly in favor of a secure border. Since 1976, presidents have declared 59 national emergencies. They often involve protecting foreign citizens in far-off lands. Yet Congress has not terminated any of them. Every single one of them is still in existence. And yet we don't worry about our land, we worry about other people's lands. That's why I say America first, if that's okay. America first. The only emergency Congress voted to revoke was the one to protect our own country. So think of that. With all of the national emergencies, this was the one they don't want to do. And this is the one perhaps they should most do. We're joined today by many brave law enforcement officers, including sheriffs and just people that have been just tremendous backers of law and order, which we have to have. We're also joined by friends of mine, Marianne Mendoza, Kent Terry, Laura Wilkerson, Sabine Durden, and Steve Ronbeck. And I'm going to ask Steve to say a few words, and I'm going to ask some of the folks behind me to say also a few words as to the importance of what we're doing. There's nothing more important. As I said, I was elected on by a very, very great group of American people. Millions and millions of people, because they want security for our country, and that's what we're going to have. I'd like to ask Secretary Nielsen to say a few words, and then Attorney General Bill Barr, and then I'd like to go to some of the folks behind me, and perhaps you'd have something to say, and then we're going to sign something that's going to give us safety at our border. Secretary?
Sir, I just want to thank you and the Vice President for your leadership and your constant support of the brave men and women, not only represented behind you on the very front lines of our country, but of CBP and ICE. The fact that this is an emergency is undeniable. We have not seen this type of flow. As you know, it's predominantly families and children, which means that there's a very unique and dangerous humanitarian crisis at hand, in addition to the security that you just described in your remarks. So we have a duty to know who comes in our country, and we have a duty to ensure that the flow is safe and orderly. That's what you've attempted to do. That's what you've demanded that Congress do. And I just, again, ask Congress to please pay attention. We've given you the facts. The system is breaking. Security is risk, and the very humanitarian protections that we hold dear in this country are at risk in terms of our ability to provide those to vulnerable populations. So, Mr. President, thank you always for your leadership and great support.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, your declaration of an emergency on the southern border was clearly authorized under the law and consistent with past precedent. As you said, the National Emergencies Act directly authorizes the president, gives broad discretionary authority to the president to identify and respond to emergent circumstances that require a decisive response. And the humanitarian and security crisis we have on the border right now is exactly the kind of emergency that presidents are permitted to address under the National Emergencies Act. As you alluded to yourself, in the past 40 years, there have been 59 emergencies declared, and many of these have dealt with political conditions in countries like Burundi, Sierra Leone, Belarus. The crisis that we're dealing with today is right on our doorstep, and it presents a real, clear, and present danger to the American people. So what you've done from a legal standpoint is solidly grounded in law, and from the standpoint of protecting the American people, it's imperative.
Thank you very much. That's great. Well, you'll be defending it, and you'll defend it well. I have no doubt about that. Would anybody like to say something? Why don't we start with Mike?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I don't know that I've ever been more proud to be standing next to your desk than I am today.
Thank you.
To be standing with these courageous Americans and with these extraordinary angel parents. We have a crisis on our southern border. The reality is it's not only a crisis of illegal immigration. Criminal elements are coming across our border. The flow of drugs. Now, drug overdose is the #1 cause of death for Americans under the age of 55. So the crisis on our southern border is a crisis all across this nation. Add in human trafficking and all that comes with this crisis. Justified the president's declaration of a national emergency. This is affecting all of the people of the United States. And today, Mr. President, with your strong support for the men and women in law enforcement, Customs and Border Protection, Homeland Security, and with I know what is your love and your heart for these angel parents, you're keeping your word by vetoing this legislation, by finding the available resources to build the wall, address this emergency, and secure our border. And I know I speak on behalf of all gathered here, people all across this country. I say thank you for keeping your word, Mr. President.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. President, thank you so much for a very necessary veto to support public safety in this country. The sheriffs and men and women of law enforcement in this room and across this nation owe you a debt of gratitude for something that we've been waiting for decades. Our hats are off to you again, sir. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor for sheriffs to be involved in this. And it's an honor for law enforcement as we fight the drug trade every day in this country and all the things that go along in our business, in our profession, from an insecure border. So again, sincerely, we thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being there with me all the way.
Thank you. Mr. President, I can't thank you enough on behalf of America's sheriffs. As you all know, there are men and women in law enforcement across this country that are fighting a battle every single day. They are in the trenches. While we Americans only make up about 7% of the world's total population, about 68% of the world's total drugs are consumed here in the United States every year. This is not political propaganda. We have a dire crisis on our southwest border, and America's sheriffs stand behind the President of the United States 100%. He has had our back. He's had the Americans' back, and we stand behind you solidly for what you're doing here today. This is unprecedented for a president to take this type of action, and we commend you, we applaud you, and I salute you, sir.
Thank you very much. Say something, please. What you've been through. What you've been through.
My son was killed in 2014 by a repeat illegal alien criminal allowed to stay in this country. He was a police officer in Mesa, Arizona. And Angel families come forward to tell their stories, not because we've created a manufactured crisis, but because we want to tell the American people and share with you our heartache and let you know what is happening on our doorsteps, what's happening to your neighbors, what's happening to your fellow Americans. And there is a way to prevent this, and it's not by continually lying to you and telling you that there isn't a problem. There is a problem. It's a national emergency, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
For following on.
Please, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I echo the sentiments. Thank you for all the support. This has been something we're not used to for the last several years, to have this kind of support. This is what we say in Arizona is this isn't about immigration anymore. This is about drug trafficking and human trafficking into this country. If you care about human rights, you should absolutely care about border security. Human beings their rights are being violated on that border every day. And I know I speak on behalf of the Arizona Border Sheriffs that I challenge our congressmen and women and senators to come down and see firsthand what we're dealing with. See it for yourselves before you cast your vote. And you'll see that we are dealing with a crisis. And we're fighting every day alongside our federal partners, our local partners, sheriff's offices to take care of this. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you. Great job.
Mr. President, I've been a sheriff for 21 years, and I've been dealing with Congress for 21 years on this issue of immigration. A lot of people have listened over 21 years, but Mr. President, you are the first person who's taken action. And you have given us back our footing in law enforcement, but you've also given the American people back what they deserve, which is to be protected. And signing this today, I can't tell you how much it means to all of us in law enforcement. But importantly, Mr. President, when I hear people say, this is all manufactured, it's all this and that, no, it's not. In my county alone, one city, we have, on average, on second shift at our hospital in Bedford, Massachusetts, 15 to 20 overdoses on second shift every day. And this is going on. That's one example. It's happening all over the country. But, Mr. President, you have stood up and you've taken the action. And the American people are behind you. We're behind you. And thank you, and God bless you for what you're doing.
Sheriff. Thank you, man. Tom Murphy? Tom? Where's Thomas? You had a horrible ordeal that you just went through with your son.
Mr. President, I'd like to tell you and tell the public that if you don't think it can happen to you or your family, I have a quick story.
Yeah.
I've been with the state police for over 30 years, working narcotics and gang task forces and supervised those for 22 years. My son grew up with depression issues and some mental health concerns. He's self-medicated with marijuana. At 18, and his father, me, had him arrested a few times along the way. When he turned 18, he moved out the day of his birthday when he turned 18 years old because he knew Dad had rules, and one was no drugs in the house. He moved out, stayed with some friends, got a job. He had a work-related injury where he severed 4 fingers, and he was introduced to opioids. So he was battling 2 things, actually, mental illness and the opioid addiction. Afterwards, he finally came to me, and for the first time in his life, he said he needed help. We sent him to a rehab facility for only 30 days because that's what our insurance would pay for at that time. He came out of rehab. Everything was fine for approximately 3 months. The craving was too much for him. He got a hold of some heroin that was laced with fentanyl, and he died on December 13th, 2017. So I'm here to say, as far as stigma goes and narcotics, and it's not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to my family. My father's a retired minister of 45 years. My sister is in the medical field. My brother's in law enforcement. No one even smokes in our family. No one's ever been arrested. It happened to me. It happened to our family. So it can happen. That's how horrific and addictive this drug is. So anything you can do to help us and families like us is greatly appreciated.
He's coming through the southern border, folks, all through the southern border. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much, sir. This is the first real step in confronting the heroin drug crisis in this country. We're going to make real strides after this. I'm the sheriff of your home of Camp David, Frederick County. Right. We suffer the same problems there, and I'm convinced without what you're doing here today, every county becomes a border county. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you. So let's get this signed, right? On behalf of your great loved ones, right? Always said they will not have died in vain. Did I tell you that a long time ago? 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Right? When we first met.
Yes.
On the
4 years
campaign.
ago. Yes.
When they said, oh, Trump's not going to win. You said Trump was going to win, and I said, and they will not have died in vain, right?
Right. You told us each time.
And that's true. I say it today with even more meaning. It's a big step. Thank you. That's a big step. We're building a lot of wall right now. It started. A lot of people are saying, "Well, gee, you took down wall and you're building new." Well, we took down wall that almost didn't exist. It was like paper, and we're replacing it with, in many cases, 30-foot bollards, and in many cases, we're replacing it with 18-foot wall. But we have many miles under construction right now, and we're going to be signing contracts over the next couple of days for literally hundreds of miles of wall. And it's being built in the right places, and it's doing the job. It's doing the job, and it's interesting. It's like a little bit like water, as we do. We did San Diego. You know, California is very interesting because they keep talking to California. We don't want wall. I see a new candidate who's in the mix. He wants to take down the walls. Try that sometime. You'll see what will happen. You'd have tens of millions of people coming in. You see, take a look at Tijuana. Take down that wall. You want to see a mess? Take down that wall. You'll see what will happen. Right now, we have thousands of people are in Tijuana trying to get in. They're not getting in. So as we build it, it gets better and better, but it gets really to a point, and they come to a point, but you can control that point. This is serious stuff. This is, we're able to do it cheaper, better. It's better wall. It's different from what you've been watching going up. We had to take the old plans. We didn't want to stop, so we took the old plans. We didn't like it. This wall is a beautiful looking structure. It's much stronger, and you can build it faster and cheaper. Other than that, what can I say, right? It's going to be great, and it's going to have a tremendous impact. And on top of that, I have to thank the Secretary and all the people that have worked so hard, because what you do on the Border Patrol, what you do, what those patrol agents and what the ICE folks do, and taking people out of the country that nobody wants to talk to. Even some of the sheriffs say, you know, if you can get ICE to do it, you don't mind if they do it, right, Sheriff? As tough as you are. These are tough people, and they're great people. These are people that the ICE folks that take such abuse from Democrats and some others, they love our country as much as anybody loves our country. So we're building a lot of wall, and we're taking good care of our people, and we're doing, at point of entry, a tremendous amount of work. We're already in contract to buy, they make pretty incredible new equipment for drug detection, where you can find out what's in the wheel of a car, where it is, where it's in the engine, where it's in the hubcaps. I mean, we have some incredible stuff. Plus, we have also, we're getting dogs, more dogs, believe it or not. I still say, is that still true? There's nothing replaces a good dog. Is that right? Buying this equipment for very expensive, but we haven't been able, it's true, we haven't been able to match the dog. I've seen out at Secret Service where they showed me the dogs, certain types of German Shepherd, very specific types of dog, but what they do is they'll run by 15 boxes, all empty, except one. And they'll be very, very strongly sealed boxes. And they'll come running full speed and stop like on a dime. They know the drugs are in that box. It's the most incredible thing. So we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on equipment, but I will say this, it's not as good as the dogs. But as you know, we're getting you, so you can have the best equipment, but we're getting a lot of dogs for the various entry points also. So with that, I just want to thank everybody for being here. In particular, I want to thank you folks because you have been, and please say hello to all of your friends that have been with us really from day one. What you've gone through is unthinkable, and I appreciate it. And you're strong people. You're strong and you're proud. And your kids are, you know, looking down on you right now, and they're very proud of their moms and their dads. You know that, right? They're very proud. Thank you very much. And again, to those Republican senators that did what they had to do yesterday, I want to thank them. They're very special friends and very special people. And they want to see borders that are strong, where we don't allow drugs and crime and all of the problems coming into our country. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to be taking you out to Philadelphia, where it does appear that firefighters have a handle on a building fire. The version of Sky Fox over the scene, though, you just see the charred remains of the building. Not a whole lot of info coming out of Philly. When and if I get any, I'll let you know. All right, the little bit of additional information I can find. Firefighters battling a house fire in the 3000 block of Birch Road in northeast Philadelphia. The fire started around 4 this afternoon local time. Officials saying 2 people have been taken to Jefferson Torresdale Hospital. No word on the extent of their injuries at this time. So it is confirmed it is a house. 2 people taken to the hospital. If you all had to guess what was upcoming next here on News Now, do you think you could?
All right, good afternoon. I will start off with a statement on the attack that took place earlier today in New Zealand. The Secretary General is shocked and appalled at the terrorist attack at 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand. He extends his deepest condolences to the families and the victims and to the government and people of New Zealand. The Secretary General recalls the sanctity of mosques and all places of worship. He calls on all people for this holy day of Muslims to show signs of solidarity with the bereaved Islamic community. The Secretary General reiterates the urgency of working better together globally to counter Islamophobia and eliminate intolerance and violent extremism in all its forms. And earlier in the day, you will have seen that the Secretary General also tweeted out that he was saddened and strongly condemned the attack as they prayed peacefully in mosques. Today and every day, he said, we must stand united against anti-Muslim hatred and all forms of bigotry and horror. I also have a statement on Mozambique. The Secretary General is deeply saddened by the loss of life, destruction of property, and displacement of people due to the heavy rains and flooding caused by tropical cyclone Idai. The Secretary General extends his condolences to the families and victims and to the people and government of Mozambique. The United Nations expresses its solidarity with the Mozambique authorities and stands ready to work with them as they respond to the humanitarian needs resulting from this natural disaster. And as you will have seen, about an hour ago, the Secretary General laid a wreath in honor of the UN staff who died in the Ethiopian air crash on Sunday. The Secretary General said the staff who died were a mirror of the United Nations and represented the best of the organization. He said they were doing their part in solidarity with all of us to build a better world, brick by brick, deed by deed, day in and day out. I'd like to read the names of our fallen colleagues as we pay tribute to them and to all what they did for the world during their lives. And the victims were Joanna Toole, Anne Fiegel, Mejanet Worku Adbebe, Marcelino Tayob, Shika Garg, Victor Shingen Gai Tsang, Nadia Adam Abubakar Ali, Jessica Hiba, Jackson Musoni, Susan Mohammed Abu Farag, Graciela de Lewis, Esmat Adelsattar Taha Orensa, Oliver Vick, Max Tabiso Edkins, Edka Adikari, Maria Pilar Buzetti, Virginia Chimenti, Harina Hafitz, Zhezhen Huang, Michael Owen Ryan, and George Vodvich. May they all rest in peace. And also last night, the Secretary General tweeted out that he is inspired to see young people around the world march to show their leadership on climate change, and he stressed that we all need to hear the call made by the world's youth. The Executive Director of UNICEF, Henrietta Fore, and the Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, Mark Lowcock, will visit the Democratic Republic of the Congo from the 17th to the 21st of March. They will meet government officials and other stakeholders in Kinshasa and travel to parts of North Kivu and Ituri provinces to see humanitarian situation response, including to the Ebola epidemic. They will meet with people affected by the crisis. The 2019 humanitarian response plan calls for $1.65 billion to provide 9 million people with life-saving aid. And the International Donors Conference in Brussels yesterday, at the Donors Conference in Brussels yesterday, donors pledged a record $7 billion to support millions of people in need of humanitarian aid in Syria, as well as for refugees and host communities in neighboring countries. The UN's humanitarian chief, Mark Lowcock, said that having a clarified position on funding levels so early in the year gives us confidence that we will be able to sustain a very high level of programming throughout the year. He said we hope to reach 11.7 million Syrians inside the country with food assistance and millions more with health and water services. And I would add that the Secretary General was also extremely pleased at the result of the pledges received and thanks all the donors. I was asked earlier about the overnight firing of rockets from Gaza, and I can say the Secretary General deplores last night's firing of rockets from Gaza towards Tel Aviv. In Israel, the indiscriminate firing of rockets towards populated areas is totally unacceptable, and he calls on all concerned parties to continue their engagement with Egypt and the UN to avoid further escalation that jeopardizes the lives of Israelis and Palestinians, deepens the humanitarian and economic crisis in Gaza, and undermines the current efforts to address the critical needs of that population. And I was also asked by some of you about the situation in Rakhine State in Myanmar, and what I can tell you is that the situation there is deeply concerning, with continued and spreading fighting between the Myanmar security forces and the Arakan army. We condemn the attacks against security personnel and express our sympathy to the victims and their families. The reported use of airstrikes by the Tatmadaw are deeply concerning. We call for restraint from any disproportionate response. All sides of this conflict should ensure the protection of civilians, access to humanitarian assistance and critical services, and uphold their responsibilities under the international humanitarian and human rights law. If the fighting continues, it will only complicate an already precarious situation in Rakhine State. We call on all sides to exercise restraint and pursue resolution of differences through dialogue. And today, our honor roll is up to 73. Can anybody guess who gave? Croatia. And we thank our friends in Zagreb. All right, before we move to our background briefing, yes, Errol.
Yeah, Stefan, in regard of this terrible attack in New Zealand, we all know, those who understand the language actually and who saw the viral video, the apparent attacker was listening Serbian national songs praising Radovan Karadzic. And we also know that Anders Breivik in Norway in 2011 was also inspired by this nationalistic ideology in 2011. So my question is, what does the Secretary General say about this nationalistic ideology that obviously is not put to the end? We did have an episode before in Bosnia a few days ago as well. What does he say about that when it's used in these terrorist attacks?
We did not see the video. The Secretary General, I know, did not see the video. I'm not doubting you. I would never doubt you. I'm not from here going to analyze the motivation of this person. We will leave that to investigators in New Zealand. For the Secretary General, this is yet another demonstration of the violent bigotry and hate that we have seen tarnish every part of this world, and it needs to stop. Edie, and then... Sorry, I just need time to get the cutaway right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Steph. Going back to the Ethiopian airline crash, is the number 21 for UN staff now firm, and is there any indication of how many partners from civil society and the humanitarian world perished as well? And then I have another.
No, unfortunately, I mean, let me just put it this way. 21 is the number that we have of people who were on the plane under contract from the United Nations, right? So anybody who's was either staff or was a contract worker with a short-term contract whose travel was paid for by the United Nations and who was traveling on official business, or UN staff who may have been on leave. So that's the 21. we fully recognize and share the pain of all our partners. We know a number of NGOs had staff on board, people who had either worked for the United Nations, there were former officials, former ambassadors, there were NGO workers who may have been working for implementing partners of the UN. You know, it was the kind of flight where I think anyone who works in the UN community writ large would walk on and see a familiar face, right? And so we share the pain of all the other organizations who lost staff in that.
Just as a slight housekeeping matter, I went down to try and attend the wreath laying, and the whole area to get in there was totally blocked. Usually there's a way for the media to get to.
Yeah, there should have been. I'm sorry if that was.
There was not, and I was not the only member of the media who did not get there.
I apologize, because we would have wanted you to be there to observe and also to share. Sherwin.
We'll take that apology on review. Steph, given the Secretary General's long-standing support for the work of the International Criminal Court, what does he say about attempts by Washington to impede the working of the court through the threats of punitive measures, including visa bans and possible sanctions against prosecutors and judges of the court?
We've seen what the Secretary of State said this morning. We're taking a look at the implication. We've noted that I think the Secretary of State underscored the existing host country agreement and the need to respect that. But obviously, we'll take a further look. As you know, the ICC is not itself a UN body of which the Secretary General has any authority, but he has over a number of times expressed his support for international law.
Does the SG believe that any judge sitting on the ICC should be sanctioned by any country?
I've had to say what I've had to say on that. Thank you. Yes, Carol.
Stefan, on the New Zealand shooting, one of the troubling elements to this is that the shooter had written on one of his weapons, "Here's your migration compact." I was just wondering in the sort of press briefings with the Secretary General whether this was brought to his attention. And
look, he's seen the press reports, and we know the attacks that there had been on social media and the misinformation that had been on social media before the migration meeting in Marrakesh, right? And we did a lot through our partners to try to correct that misinformation. But again, I can't from here get into the head of the person who committed this horrendous attack, and we will leave that to investigators in New Zealand. Yes, sir.
This morning, the U.S. Secretary of State said that the way to alleviate the Yemeni people's suffering isn't to prolong the conflict by handicapping our partners in the fight, but by giving the Saudi-led coalition the support needed to defeat Iranian-backed rebels and ensure just peace. It's striking that Mr. Pompeo said that in the same week that he met both the Secretary General and the UN Special Envoy. Is that the message that the Secretary General had hoped to convey to Mr. Pompeo?
Look, we've had very positive engagement with the United States on the Yemen peace talks. They have been very supportive of the work of Martin Griffiths and our attempt to get a political solution. And this was reiterated during the Secretary General's meeting with Mr. Pompeo, and I'm sure reiterated during his own meeting with Mr. Griffiths.
But by advocating for the prolonging of the war and the bombardment of Yemen, is it the Secretary General's position that the U.S. position is prolonging the suffering of the Yemen?
The Secretary General's position has always been for everyone, for all the parties involved and for all the people who have influence over the parties to push to support the political dialogue. Yes, and then we'll go.
I have a question on the Ethiopian airline. I know one of our colleagues, he was the acting head of Darfur mission of the UNAMID. His name Bashwa Abidun. He was also killed in in the plane. My question, this is my comment. My question is: was the UN part of the investigation taking place in Ethiopia about the reason why?
No, I'm not aware of any involvement by us. We obviously will keep a close eye on the investigation, but I'm not aware of any direct involvement by the UN in the investigation.
Yeah, sorry. The U.S. and European countries, many countries, they have decided to not use in their fleet Boeing 737 MAX 8 and 9, and there is a United Nations body, I think International Aviation, is also part of this kind of investigation about the possibility that they ban it all.
No, this was. I don't think there's been any request for involvement into ICAO. We can check with them. The decisions to ground the 737 MAX 8 and MAX 9 were taken by national civil aviation authorities, which is the proper way to handle it. And as far as I know, the United Nations does not operate in its humanitarian or peacekeeping fleet any of those planes. Evelyn, and then Masood.
Thanks. Back to the commemoration, the wreath-laying ceremony. I, too, then ran upstairs after I couldn't get in. He did not read the names. Am I correct? You read them.
I just read the names.
Right. And how do you exactly describe the place where he was laying the wreath?
At the memorial, it's the memorial corner. It's where the Dag Hammarskjöld plaque is, where the bust of Count Bernadotte is. It's by the memorial. It's by the meditation chapel.
Yeah. Okay. And I read somewhere, and I can't remember where, that there was a problem with the new Myanmar, or the UN was going to have a new representative in Myanmar. Is that my imagination, or did I see something like that?
No, it was, not to paraphrase the Rolling Stones, your imagination is not playing tricks on you. There is indeed, we've been told by our colleagues in Myanmar that there is a recruitment of a long-term resident coordinator for the country that's currently underway. This is one of 27 resident coordinator positions recruitment. The result of the hiring process will be announced, obviously, in due course. As you know, the resident coordinator, Knut Oatsby in Myanmar, is in fact was appointed and was sent there as an acting UN resident and humanitarian coordinator. We're very happy with the job that he's doing. He's had close relationships and productive relationships with the government counterparts since his arrival, and he will continue to support Myanmar in its complex and challenging transition in cooperation with national and international partners until further notice.
And one more comment on housekeeping. During this very busy 10,000 women participating in the CSW, I think there couldn't have been more reports released by other agencies and secretariats of the United Nations this week and last. It's some kind of a disrespect to the CSW. I'm not sure how that happens, but there are more reports this week and end of last week than there were for the whole month.
Coordination saves lives. What can I tell you? And it's not always done. Masood.
Yeah, a couple of questions. Yes, so on this killing in New Zealand, one of the things that this white supremacist killer said, that he was inspired by Mr. Donald Trump's advocacy for white supremacy. Do you have any reaction to that and his statement that he?
No, I don't know what this person was thinking. I've not read his manifesto. I've not read his rant. What we do know is that he has left 49, if not more, people dead who were peacefully worshiping in a house of God, and you can only condemn this in the harshest possible terms.
I mean, basically what he's saying, he's taking inspiration from...
No, I know, Masood.
Yeah.
Okay. Carol.
Okay, now, I wanted to ask you, the other question was about Gaza. I mean, And the reason why I'm asking is, are the crossings, Gaza crossings, which have been on and off, usually blocked?
I need to get an update on the status of the crossings.
So what is?
I need to get an update for you. Carol?
Stefan, would you mind flipping to W in your binder for Western Sahara to tell us if there's...
I don't even need to flip to the W page. We've seen all the reports as soon as... I mean, it's like so many of the different mediations we're involved in. There are different reports, different people say different things. We will wait for our personal envoy to line up all his proverbial ducks and get an announcement out. Errol, and then we'll go to the back, and then we'll go to the background briefing.
Steph, since we are at the end of this very busy week of women, I would say, any update why or will the Secretary General include in his report on sexual violence on women the suffering of the Balkan women from Kosovo and other places?
I think we'll wait. I don't know where the status of the report is. I
asked you that before last week.
I should check. Yes.
I have a question on Gaza. Today's newspaper, Israeli newspaper, stated that the government of Israel found out that the missile fired by mistake was not actually yet. Israel attacked Gaza in reaction, and you read some note by the SG about the firing of rockets into Tel Aviv, but you did not say anything about the SG saying about the massive reaction by Israel into Gaza.
I don't have any. We obviously have no information as to how these launches happened. We do know that they did happen. All right. Thank you all. We will switch off the cameras.
All right, everybody, we are wrapping up for the week here on News Now, which is a part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Please like, share, and subscribe, before you take off for the weekend. Please like, share, and subscribe before you take off for the weekend. That's what I meant to say. Again, my name is Pilar Arias. I'll be solo again on Monday. Mike Page will return on Tuesday. And a lot of you viewers must be messaging him, asking him where he is, because he tweeted about it. All right, we'll see you next week. Everybody have a safe and fun weekend and a happy St. Patrick's Day.